qualifying. So next rider that we will be picking up then should be the 217 of Richard Sharp. That's Storm Stacey in the off-road. So Richard Sharp then is the 4th place rider. And here we are, Sharpie coming out of Luna, and let's see what time he can do. He was really impressive yesterday in these conditions, and he comes across the line. We wait for our timing to update.
So he's gone fastest with a 124.425, so currently our fastest Superpole rider.
Right, so Storm Stacey then, he's out there on circuit, and he picks up the BSB man, knee down style. Is he on a road race helmet still? He is indeed. Well, very tentative through there, but the conditions then, as the track dries, the grip level will start to go away before it comes back. And I say, Storm Stacey all loses a little bit of a moment there. Lost the rear as he comes across the line, and see what time he's going to be doing. And here's Jamie Duncan.
Storm has gone to 2nd place with a 125.608, so he's slotted in between Richard Sharp and Alex Mullaney.
So Jamie Duncan then, he's the man looking to try and depose Chris Hodgson at the top of the point standings this weekend. Still got a lot of racing to go, but quite a few things gone on this weekend that have meant the job is going to be a lot harder for Jamie than it could have been. We lost Richard Blakeman yesterday to a crash which broke his collarbone. So we pick up Chris Hodgson. We'll wait for the time to come through of Jamie Duncan. Jamie slots into 2nd there, Danielle, so that's a decent time for him, so he'll be on the front row of the grid whatever happens. But here's Hodgie then just picking his way through the final couple of corners, and he will be coming across the line on that Automotive Solutions. Husky gets the checkered flag from Kirk, and we'll see whether Chris has done enough, and indeed he has, comfortably by over a second, in fact almost 2 seconds quicker. So repeating what he did in time practice this morning, and a very, very good time. So Hodgson will start from pole position from Richard Sharp, and then Jamie Duncan. 4th place will be Storm Stacey. As you can see then, looking down over pit lane, our C Group riders going to be making themselves ready to go out on track shortly. But that's Superpole then. We will await then the start of our C Group race. Oh, right, okay. So Academy, not C Group. Apologies for that. I'm looking at the wrong piece of paper. So Academy race then will be next, and starting on pole, and that will be Archie Ormrod from Jack Ludlam, Ollie Sims, and Archie Reynolds. And the Supermoto Academy class been really, really good racing then this so far this year. And again, a championship to be wrapped up in this one, Danielle.
Yep, can't wait to watch them get out for the first race of the day.
So our Academy class then, down there in the holding area, Archie Ormrod on pole position for this first of our Academy Group races. Jack Ludlam 2nd, Ollie Sims on the 73 3rd, Archie Reynolds 4th. These guys and girls have been out on track already this morning. They were the first ones out on the new layout that we've got here this weekend, Danielle. And as we've seen briefly in our Superpole session, a massive upgrade to our dirt section here at Three Sisters this weekend. And despite what can only be described as absolutely biblical rain, the track itself is actually looking pretty good.
It is. So that tarmac's drying nicely. You can see there's very much a dry line forming. I think a lot of these riders on these smaller wheels are going to struggle slightly with this off-road section, but again, just out of our pit box window, that looks like it's also drying quite well. Still a few puddles, but hopefully the rain holds off for the rest of today.
We can see Archie Ormrod at the top of the point standings, but I think we've still got a couple of guys. I think Charlie Cunningham's still got his joker to play, which will double his points up for the weekend, as we saw yesterday with our national championships That played a part in the final standings. But Ormrod from Cunningham, from Archie Reynolds, and Reynolds has he's stepped up a little bit at the end of this season. Although his points tally's been pretty good, he's been a lot closer to the front in all of the races, so he's definitely finding his feet in this one. This academy class then brought to you by First Form, who are J Smith's building company, and they're the sponsors of this class this weekend. And we have got a very healthy entry of 17 riders.
So you did say that Archie Reynolds seems to have sort of stepped his game up a little bit recently. The two Archies, Ormrod and Reynolds, were both riders that went out to Mete and competed at Superbiker. So this will be their first ride back at the British, racing with those European kids. Hopefully we'll have brought them on a little bit. Looking forward to seeing them. They
both perform very, very well out there against some of the best kids in Belgium and Europe. And this is our off-road section then. It does look a little bit splishy-splashy, but loads of grip to be had underneath all of that water. It's a very, very hard base to it. There's a few little bits of ruts and stuff, but this is giving the guys and girls that have got a decent bit of off-road background a nice bit of an advantage that they wouldn't normally see in a lot of the tracks. Obviously, Teesside, we've had a massive upgrade in the off-road at Teesside, and that rode absolutely fantastically. And the same crew that did all of the work there have done the work here over the last few weeks. And obviously, with the weather being pretty much constant rain this week, I'm sure wherever you are in the UK, you've all had a bit of wet. And we had rain all night on Friday, and really didn't expect the off-road to get used yesterday for our national championship races, but we put it in and it was fine. Obviously a few little tweaks done overnight, and again biblical rain to the point where I was like, well, they're definitely not going to use the dirt today. But we went out there first thing this morning. I dug a few holes, and Dean Illy was out there with the machine that we got in late last night, and he's put the work in, and it does indeed look like it's riding fine. Little bit tight in places, I think, is the feedback, but certainly far better than what we've had here in the past. We wouldn't have been working, I don't think we'd have been riding on the dirt section previously, because he just held too much water, but they built it up above the ground, and I think we're going to see some good passing and some good racing. Archie Ormrod then sitting on pole. It was a tarmac only layout yesterday, and I wouldn't say that he struggled, but there was the riders that are more used to just riding the tarmac. They had their day, but Ormrod sitting on pole, and he just needs to go out there and try and win all of his races and see how it falls with Charlie Cunningham and Archie Reynolds behind him, and we'll get to the points as we get to a few more races in the books then. But here we go then, our first race start of the day, and it looks like it is Ormrod from pole position that's going to lead them round into turn one for the first time.
It looked like a poor start there for Archie Reynolds, and Charlie Cunningham making a few places up there as they head down that first off-road section. Incredibly slippy as they come off there, heading towards the tabletop with that dirt being dragged. But here they are on their first lap. You've got Archie Ormrod out in front, followed by, I think that is the 73 of Ollie Sims.
Yeah, Sims was good yesterday on the tarmac only layout, out on a new bike, and changed for second position there, because that looked like he went to the wrong side there, and looks like that's the 25, our second place qualifier of Jack Ludlam. That is not a name that is familiar to me, and I think he's out there on one of Bell Wingate's bikes. I could be wrong, but it looks like her colours, and with the one taped up on the number board. So those two away, and there's third place then Ollie Sims. Like I say, bike changed from a Kawasaki earlier in the season, and he's gone on to that KTM, and certainly it's moved him up quite a bit. But you can see the track drying then as they come underneath our commentary box position. Lots and lots of dry patches now. We saw yesterday, and a massive moment then, and Ludlam goes down, so he lost the rear, just got on the gas a little bit early, and this is what we've got to watch. We see, you
can see there he's picking his bike up, so it looks like he'll be rejoining. I think he just spun the rear up there. Incredibly slippy all day yesterday on that part of the tarmac. It's one of the first times you get onto that side of the tyre, so you've still got quite a lot of dirt on them from the off-road section.
This is where new riders to the sport, they need to use the noddle a little bit and the nuances of where the grip is and where it goes away, and like you say, dirty side of the tyre maybe. They've come out of the off-road.
There's our bathmate replay of the number 25 of Jack Ludlam there, just taking a tumble.
Another one of those, it was going great till it wasn't moments there, brought to you courtesy of bathmate. But here's Ormrod then, we can see some decent lines then through this section. He's just going to hug that inside line, a bit of water there. I don't know whether these guys are on full wets or whether they're using their treaded, what is basically a treaded slick that they normally use, because obviously there's no surface water. It's just very, very slippery here. And Ormrod's throttle control, very, very good. Like I say, he's been fairly, in difficult conditions, he all seems to be the man that can do the do. And he's got a decent lead then, almost the whole length of the pit straight then. Fought the number 40 of Ormrod, Sims in second, Archie Reynolds then in third, and then battle back there with Lily Rhodes, Liam Pearson, Charlie Cunningham and Leon Tall for 7th. But the track drying very, very quickly, but the grip level will not... I don't think the grip level is going to be anywhere near what it was yesterday until the end of the day. As the number 40 has a long look over his shoulder. And he's doing what he needs to do. I mean, nice birthday present for his dad, because I think it's his dad's birthday today, according to social media. So, in fact, you can stick a couple of victories. And,
you can see there all that water being dragged up towards the tabletop, so it'll be incredibly slippy heading up there. But it is drying now as they come round off that hairpin towards the middle off-road.
We have got water seepage out of the grass in a few places. We've got a rider down there. And...
yeah, it looks like a couple of riders there struggling as they head onto that off-road. They're being helped by the marshals, but Archie Ormrod taking again that inside line. Some nice deep ruts there, which very challenging for these smaller 12-inch wheels.
But they were first out this morning in practice, and they had no problems at all.
So Archie Ormrod currently doing a 1 minute 40.6. And he's got about a 3-second gap back to the second place man of Ollie Sims, who's doing a 1:41.3. So, healthy lead there.
So the battle then in the points then between Cunningham, Reynolds and Ormrod at the front. And what we're seeing is that as it stands at the minute, Archie Ormrod has got what he needs, which is riders between him and Cunningham, with Cunningham's currently sitting in 6th. Lily Rhodes having a good ride there. She's 8 seconds adrift of Archie Reynolds, but well clear of Pearson and Cunningham in 5th and 6th. As we watch Sims then come down this fast straight. Really, really tricky into here. You can see the moisture then still at the point where they turn in, and as you said earlier on, the dirt dragging on. All of this really, really tricky. And the water does also run across the track just about there on the way into that corner, and then again on the way out. So even though the majority of the track is drying, they've still got to be really, really careful. Looks like they're taking the wider line into the off-road. And like I say, where we saw Sims pretty much run and hide yesterday for his 3 races, not having it all his own way today. Ormrod's motocross skills as he goes in the opposite direction, and just gained him that bit of an advantage that he needs. But Sims still there in second. This part of the track, this transition bit, always very, very tricky, and as it dries out even more, it will get worse.
I think there on our split screen we've got, I think that was Lily Rhodes there making her way through the off-road, followed by Liam Pearson, who's having a good battle there with Charlie Cunningham. Looks like Charlie's just nipped round the inside of him there as they head up over the tabletop, so that's another position closer to catching Archie Ormrod.
And like I say, it is all about getting the points on the board in these races. And then at the end of the day, we will divide it up, sort it all out with our race winner getting the 50 points for the win, or double that if they play in their joker. With 3 laps or 2 laps to go now, Ormrod already well across the line. Sims there in second, 4.5 seconds adrift. Oh, he gets wide into the loose stuff as they say this bit of the track always it's really nice to ride, but if you get it wrong you end up on the floor quite quickly, especially at the bottom of that first off-road section.
Yeah, another thing that these two-stroke bikes also lack is engine braking, which in these tricky conditions can actually be quite helpful. Having a bit of engine braking meaning you're not having to be so aggressive on the brakes. These guys having to be really, really careful heading their way into corners, that they do manage to scrub off enough speed. But all these guys handling these exceptionally tricky conditions, just taking it in their stride.
So just making his way round the outside of Cole Reynolds there, the younger brother of Archie, who's moved up out of our Bambino class and started racing last few rounds of this championship. He actually went quite well yesterday, had a couple of good battles. But here's our race leader then, the number 40 DCR Husky of Archie Ormrod. And not doing anything more than he needs to do at this point. He's got a race win, and we've got a rider down there. That's our race director.
That looks like the brothers Archie and Cole Reynolds, so they're both up.
So whether they've just had a coming together, but I did see just before it went to camera, because that's right under our commentary box nose there, that big brother gave little brother a hug to make sure he was okay. Not quite sure what went on there, but
oh, bless them.
Yes. But no, that's not going to do Reynolds' championship any good at all. So he's got to get that bike refired. But here's our race leader then on the final lap. And it is so just picking his way through with Sims there in the background. Not close enough to be a threat at all, unless Ormrod makes a mistake.
Ormrod there taking a cheeky glance over. He'll be able to see Ollie Sims in the dirt as he's exiting. He'll know now he's got a nice gap heading towards the checkered flag. On our split screen there is Lily Rhodes. She's currently in 3rd place, so she's taken advantage of the number 5 of Archie Reynolds, dropping back now to 8th.
So it looks like Reynolds got the bike refired, so at least he'll get some points, and obviously if he can get a couple of decent results in the last 2 races, it's going to be last lap this time then, so our lap counter at a lap adrift. Didn't think that I saw the last lap flag last time by. Another rider down.
I think that looks like the number 58 of Max Rhodes there, one of our RWJ riders that are out. So, yep, 58, he's now rejoining.
Looks like he's just gone a little bit wide there and got into the loose deep, which on these small wheels. Oh, Reynolds, Ormrod just locking the front a little bit there. That was a bit of a moment. I'm sure that got his attention. But all of these riders, you say, just a little tabletop there, and then it bends round downhill. It's really, really firm here. This is, you can't see that. Obviously, you see the water there, but that was a proper pond this morning. And the water coming out of the ground above it, just making a bit of a splish splash kind of affair, but it's not stopping these guys and girls getting through. And Ormrod then 5 seconds the advantage over Sims, with Lily Rhodes still there in 3rd. She's a fair way back now, but she's had a good season as well and scored good points in all of the races, so she's still got something to ride for. And rider down in the off-road. Let's see. Is that Lily that's gone down? Not quite sure.
Yeah, that looks like Lily there. She just tucked to the front on that wet stuff. It looks like the 34 of Charlie Cunningham and the 150 of Liam Pearson managed to nip past her though. So that'll help Cunningham out no end then, because obviously he's desperate to try and get as many points as he can. But a nice wave then. Archie Ormrod takes a victory.
in the first one of our first form Supermoto Academy races of the weekend.
In our split screen there, that looks like Jackson Bennett, the number 79 on his KTM again, taking a little tumble, but straight back on.
He had an off yesterday, and he's feeling a little bit second-hand, but he's out there. So Ormrod from Sims, as we wait for our third place rider to come across the line. Let's see who that is going to be. Obviously it was Lily Rhodes we thought that was in. This will be third place, possibly. Was that Lily that went down? Were we? Could it have been the one of? Because obviously there's 4 of those RWJ bikes that out there on track, and they all do look fairly similar. Well, we'll just update our race results then, and we will see.
Yep, so it definitely was Lily Rhodes that had that little off in the dirt section. So our results are Archie Ormrod, followed by Ollie Sims, then the 150 of Liam Pearson, then 34 of Charlie Cunningham, and then in 5th is Lily Rhodes.
So next up on track will be British Supermoto C, brought to you by Tech Native. And, we will look at them down in the holding area. There's the elbow. Is that going to be John Oakes' elbow? It looks like his Fox helmet. And
yeah, that looks like John O to me. So John O, one of our Bathmate riders, he's on his Honda CRF 450, and it looks like we will check our qualifying results. So on pole for this one is the 95 of John Oakes, followed by the 97 of Dax Almond, and then the 236 of Dan Spencer. Michael Craig makes up your front row. Row 2 we have Rick Owen, Oliver Ross, Andy Hayes and Carl Geary. Row 3 we have Keir Armstrong, Gavin Skaith, Lewis Cowper and Sean Jones. And row 4 will be Daniel Hardnage, Keith Edwards, Dave Spafford and Tommy Sayer, followed by Michael Whittam, Mark Adamson, Steve Smith, Richard Sheen and Tiny Atwood.
so Michael Whittam there on screen. Just a quick word off Mike there with our current championship leader Chris Hodgson. He's just stood up on the balcony here having a look out over the track, trying to get an idea of what tyres to run, and from the conversation that we just had, it's clear that he still has no idea what he's going to put in his bike for his race later on. But he did also comment on the Archie and Cole Reynolds incident down here, and he just said that's the most heartwarming thing I've seen in a long time, and it was indeed. So it is the 95 of John Oakes that will sit on pole, the Bathmate team owner. He had a decent day yesterday. Ended up riding mid-pack in the Bs, which for him, he was pretty. He was pleased with the fact that he got there. Didn't feel that he hung on at the end, but he is. Like I say, he's been having injuries. Here we see the grid then: Oakes, Almond, Spencer, and Craig on row 1, and then it will be Rick Owen. The Scottish Junior Champion Oliver Ross then making the trip south of the border to come and do his first British Championship. He'll be hopefully here full time next year. Andy Hayes and Carl Geary making up that row, and then it's Keir Armstrong, Gavin Scaife, Lewis Cowper and Sean Jones rounding out row 3. And then Daniel Hardinge, Keith Edwards, Dave Spafford and Tommy Sayer. And then Whittam, Adamson, Steve Smith, Richard Sheen and Tarney Atwood. Richard Sheen then, Sheen Projects, one of the sponsors of this series, our race sponsor of the day. And, thank you very much to him for all of his support. And he's coming back from injury. Had an injured knee and an injured foot, and a bit of a hand injury as well, but he's got himself back out there this weekend. So these are the changeable conditions that we all love and hate so much. And as the track is starting to dry out, and look at the 123 Automotive Solutions, I'm going to say it's a KTM because it's the easiest thing, of Keith Edwards. Not sure whether he managed to get up out of the C group yesterday. I know he ran second for a little while in one of them, and I think he may have got overhauled at the end. But here we are then, John Oakes, number 95 on pole from the 97 of Dax Almond.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Dax on a 250?
I could have no idea to correct you. I genuinely don't know. Thinking about it, yesterday I do recall that there was somebody who was well up on, obviously not on a 450, and I do think it was Dax. So if he's on the front row on a 250, we'll soon find out down here on the first lap. Having said that, if he gets...
He got some great starts yesterday.
He did. So we'll see how they are as Andy points to the lights then, and away we go. And the first of our C Group races brought to you by Tech Native, and it is going to be the 95 of John Oakes on the Bathmate Honda that will lead them into the off-road for the first time. That looks like Luke Armitage there in second position. He's a new rider, only second ever race weekend, and he's an off-road guy, he's a motocrosser. So still finding his feet a little bit on the tarmac, but in the off-road he's very well up.
I think that looks like Michael Craig there in second, just by the looks of the leathers, followed by Dan Spencer. You
could well be right. And I think, now you've said that, I think Armitage was qualified in the B group. We'll have to find out in a minute.
Like
he has
Dax
indeed.
There took the outside line. Looks like he was going for a move on Dan Spencer there as we watch these riders make their way into the dirt section for the first time of this race. Michael Whittam again. One of these riders that yesterday we noticed he was really able to throw that bike around, he could manhandle it. Looked like Mark Adamson there, stalling, heading up that little bit of a bump.
So it's Dax Almond then. It is indeed Michael Craig, you are completely correct. Again, another man from north of the border. We had some good races back in the day, and nice to see him back out on track. He did actually message me when we did our first live stream here from Three Sisters at the beginning of the year that he was watching in a bar in Tenerife, and here we are for the final round of the championship, and he's back out on track. He's been doing a few of the Scottish races as well. As we look at the 14 then, Automotive Solutions Husky of Gavin Scaife. But this corner, this long, almost 5 apex corner that leads onto the start-finish straight here at Three Sisters. As Jono makes a bit of a mistake and runs wide.
So Jono's lead on the first lap was about 2.2 seconds. But Michael Craig they bunch up a little bit in that tight area. Well, for a first lap, that's not a bad gap. He's currently the fastest man on track, doing a 1:35.9.
So again, just got to pick your way through here, not make any mistakes, not stall the bike. We see Allman then making the move around the outside in the berm, and he passes Craig. Oh, he tucks the front, gets in the loose. Craig gets held up. That looks like Rico in there in fourth position. Is he? So he's past Spencer. So Allman then, you can see he was a bit aggressive in the first bit of the dirt. That got him a pass, and then he tried to a little bit too much in the second bit and just got the front end in that loose. And remember that these are on pretty much road tyres. They'll all be on full wets. But that's let John Oakes off the hook as Michael Craig has a bit of a moment. Rico in third, and the rest of the field streaming through then. Or a bit of a moment there for somebody as they come out onto the pit straight.
So there in our split screen you could see Michael Whittam. I think he may have just clipped the back of another rider heading down that tabletop before they rejoin the tarmac, but he's back up and going. Looks like Dax Almond rejoined in around the back of Sean Jones, which should put him around 14th as they come across the line. But our leader, he's now got about a 6-second lead heading into this lap.
So John Oakes then, the man at the head of the Bathmate team. Visit their website and look at all their products. Lots of men's health stuff there, and other things as well. Puts a lot of money into the sport globally. and had a big presence at Mete. There's got a lot of riders over there, and we had a great time. I was lucky enough to be part of that. So although that gap looks like it's really tightening up, the dirt section does for shorten the time gap. But it was 5.3 past last time by. As we look at the busyness in the split screen, you can see these guys trying to make time up in the off-road.
Saw there Oliver Ross just nipped up the inside of Dan Spencer again, taking that wide line to get the drive, to then get the inside for the final corner off that off-road. So that should pop Oliver up to around 5th.
So yeah, so he's like I say, from what I was told yesterday, the racing and cruising team guys there in Bremner, I've got about 6 or 7 of them under the awning there, and they're looking at stepping up their game for next year. We're going to be kind of doing a bit of a Bathmate model where they're going to have all of the bikes and riders all in the same kit, and just basically create something that looks and feels a little bit more organised, getting their riders all sorted out for next year. And I know that obviously Ross is going to be one of those. And I think the aim is to bring some of more of these Scottish guys down to compete in the full British Championship.
So it looks like Michael Craig may have found a bit of an advantage. So that gap's now dropped down to about half, and it's now only 3 seconds as they head into this lap with 4 to go. He's also the fastest man on track, doing a 1:38.4. So we'll have to keep an eye out on the 1:67. You can see there he's taking the same line as Jono, but he's all over the back wheel of him there. He's caught
him no end in this last thing. So he goes out there and takes the burn, whereas Jono takes the rut on the inside. I'll be honest, Jono will be wondering where they all are. He's led for like 4 laps already, and he will have been expecting company at some point. So the pressure will be on. It's fair to say with the hand injuries that the man from up there in Ossett has had over the past couple of years. He does struggle as the race progresses, just with his grip strength and stuff. But Craig then, look in the background, a bit of a moment then for Oakes, just lights the back up. But he's holding station in this road section as they enter Luna. He's certainly keeping enough of a gap. And you can see there the track almost perfectly dry. All of our B group and A group riders are going to be looking at this footage or peering over the walls to try and see where they are. So Craig then right on the back of Oakes as they come down the first dirt section. Craig has a look over his shoulder to see if he's got any company, and he'll be doing that just so he knows that he can go wherever he wants and he's not leaving the door open for anybody else.
Craig there clearing the tabletop, whereas Jono just wasn't quite doing that, and you can see how much time that gained him. He's all over the back wheel of Jono as they head into the off-road.
So I'm wondering whether Craig is going to try and go round the high, wide and handsome line. It looks like he's half trying. Is he going to be able to do? He does. He makes the pass. And like I say, these are the separators. There's a bit of a deep groove there on the inside, and Craig manages to get the bike in there. And this is what I like about this off-road section. As tricky and nadgery as it is, it's a separator. It gives riders a chance to make a difference, which is very, very difficult to do on the tarmac. And still a great battle then for the lower leaderboard positions, like a 6-rider battle there for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th.
Yeah, it looks like the 696 of Daniel Hardninge making a great pass there into the off-road. I think he made a couple of places up there, so...
There's the Bathmate replay then of the pass of Michael Craig then around the outside of John Oakes. He's just picked the next rut out. Not gone crazy, he hasn't gone all the way to the outside, and as Jono's just gone tight there, Michael's just ridden around the outside of him, just carried a bit more momentum up the face of the jump and made that pass stick, and he leads across the line then.
Jono will know though that overtaking Michael Craig might not be in his best interest. Best to maintain that gap over 351 of Rick Owen, as the top two will move up to the B group for race 2. But Rick there definitely closing that gap, so he's a lot closer than he was a lap before.
Andy Hayes also there in the mix with Rick Owen. So all 4 riders kind of in the same shot there. It's getting a bit tight at the front. I think Craig, obviously, he's the man making the forward push. It's whether Jono can hold off Owen and Andy Hayes. And to be fair, of those riders, Andy Hayes is the guy that I would be expecting to try and make stuff happen, because he had a couple of good passes yesterday late on in the races to move himself up into the B group.
Andy also does have a lot of off-road experience, considering that he works and owns Oliver's Mount at the moment.
Does he actually own Oliver?
I think he runs it. I don't know about the full ins and outs, but considering it's a road racetrack, he has a lot of off-road experience.
Yeah, he said he did quite a bit of enduro stuff as well. So Michael Craig then just starting to check out at the front of this one, but it is the battle for second is where the interest is. This will decide who goes up into the B group for our second group of races. Michael Craig will come across the line to complete another lap. He will get the last lap flag this time by, but it's the battle in the background that we pick up there as they come down the start-finish straight. And it is John Oakes then that still holds second place, but Owen sends it up the inside. To be fair, I think John Oakes just he got in there a little bit wide, and whilst you can sit here and go, well, why didn't he just tip it in? The track conditions there very treacherous, and trying to get in there on the brakes and tighten the line up, very, very difficult. So Owen then up to second on this final lap. Oakes back to third, and Andy Hayes then looking like he's going to want to try and make a pass. The fact that he didn't get past John Oakes, he managed to not get past Rick Owen, means that he's started to gap out, and you can see the different line there from Owen and also the line from Hayes. So they're using that wider line.
Hayes there tried that outside line, but he just couldn't quite carry enough speed to be able to make the gap on Jono there.
Now Jono has a look over his shoulder to see that Andy Hayes is there, but he will need either Michael Craig or Rick Owen to put it on the floor for him to go through to the B group. So the Scotsman then is going to take victory in his first race of the day. I think that he would like to have qualified in the B group at the start, but obviously the way that qualifying was this morning, the track was in quite wet conditions earlier on. I'll pull on the roll-offs, and Kurt will wave the checkered flag, and a win then for Michael Craig. Second will be Rick Owen, and he looks very, very happy with that. Third will be John Oakes. He will start from pole, and you see him shaking his arms there. So obviously arm pump a big issue for Jono as the race continued, which is what I said earlier on. He's got the speed, but he just struggles to hold on. So that is the first of our C Group races brought to you by Tech Native, and now we will wait then for the rest of the riders to come across the line. Ross then comes across the line. So Andy Hayes, Oliver Ross, Carl Geary, 7th Dan Spencer, 8th was Daniel Hardinge, and I'm not familiar with, so maybe he's another new rider.
So we'll watch as the last few riders take the checkered flag. That looks like Mark Adamson there pulling a wheelie across the line on board his KTM. So we did see him stalling the off-road and lose quite a few places on the opening laps, and then it looks like a close battle at the end between Michael Whittam, I think that was, and there's Steve Smith.
Well, the track is almost perfectly dry there, but it's the bits between the dry bits that are going to make tyre choice very, very difficult for race 2. So that was British Supermoto C. Now British Supermoto B, brought to you by Automotive Solutions, your one-stop shop for used BMW and Mini parts, based up there in York.
So there are podium guys from C Group Race 1. We've got there in third Well, in second there is the 351 of Rick Owen and that cranked up racing team. So we've got quite a few of those smaller teams in the paddock. Great setups, but moving to the B group is both him and the 167 of Michael Craig. And there you can see Bathmate team boss, Jono. Looks like there he's telling them that he couldn't hold on.
Yeah. So Jono then, he's the man behind the Bathmate team, taking his third place there, and he's a cracking guy. He's helped me out a lot, and like I say, just telling the other boys there that he run out of steam at the end. His arms are gone. There is Michael Craig, our race winner, with his number 1, and a big smile from him. And Rick Owen then second place. Really funny watching him going by yesterday with his big bushy beard sticking out the bottom of his helmet. So Craig and Owen will go up to the B group and start the second race of the day from the back of that grid, and John Oakes will start from pole in that one. Meanwhile then, as our B group riders then on their sighting lap, I think they've got to be set straight round and they will form up on the grid. Pole position then in this one will be the 58 Automotive Solutions Honda of Craig Forshaw, who took a bit of a digger yesterday and was a little bit sore, but good to see that he's out there enjoying a decent qualification. So he'll start from pole with the number 10, his team boss in the Automotive Solutions team, the number 10 of Paul Reynolds. Third place on the grid will be the 138 Tripz.UK KTM of Paul Groom, and fourth place the 475 of Luca Jennings. Look at our starting grid then: Blaine Pearson and Darrell Pennington, Dean Hillier and Jamie Wrigglesworth will be on row 2.
Dean Hillier not normally in the B group, but unfortunately had an off yesterday. I think he may have popped his shoulder out.
He did indeed pop his shoulder out. Hutchinson and Kitchen and Jake Sayer and Duncan Wright on the next row of the grid. Kitchen then on an old Huserberg. Luke Armitage, incorrectly identified in the other race. He's actually 13th on the grid in this one, with Dean Wingate and Charlie Harford there on the back row of the grid then for our British Supermoto B Race 1. As we get everybody lined up, Forshaw then will put it on his start device, I think, and he'll be there from pole with Paul Reynolds there in second position on the number 10 KTM. And then it will be Groom and Luca Jennings. I'm thinking that somebody's going to have a bit of a go down here to try, and I'm fancying Jennings from the outside to try and get across the front of everybody, but we will wait and see.
Jennings, one of our novice riders, had an absolute mare of a day yesterday. Quite a few offs, but hopefully all done now as they set off.
Oh, look like an old shot there from the 138 of Paul Groom. He had a good day yesterday as well, and he will get lead into turn 1. You can see the rear end then just breaking away as he went in. That was what John Oakes was afraid of happening, as looked like Forshaw tried to force his way round the outside, but it is the 138 Tripz.UK KTM of Paul Groom that leads. Oh, crash there. Forshaw's gone down. Did he get clipped by Paul Reynolds? I don't think he did. It just looked like that was one of those moves where he just got a bit of too much front brake, and down he went.
There is that wet patch as well there as they head off the tabletop, so he may have clipped that as well.
So he's gone down, just banging the clutch lever back in. So that's that's ruined his day. He's got the curse of the pole position. We mentioned this to Darrell Pennington, who started from pole yesterday in the big group and seemed to have everything that could possibly go wrong. But here is our race leader then. I believe he's also carrying that onboard camera as we watch from the Bathmate replay then.
Yeah, there's our Bathmate replay. It looks like Paul Reynolds tried going around the outside. Can't really tell if there was contact. It
didn't look like there was contact, because as Forshaw was going down, the bars turned to the left, whereas if Reynolds had made contact, well, they would have gone the other way. So I think that was all his own work. We'll give Pecca the benefit of the doubt on that one. But there he is then, Paul Reynolds, number 10 on the KTM in second position. And then in third place, I'm struggling to identify who that is. Is that Armitage? Or?
I think that is possibly Blaine Pearson.
It is Blaine Pearson, yes. So the one, Blaine Pearson then on the 151. He's there in third. He'll be fancying a bit of A group action. But Paul Reynolds then, nice sweep round the outside to try and get past Groom. He's going to square him off down the hill, but Groom just moves over. Groom is a decent level motocrosser, and this off-road stuff is inch perfect then as they rush into this this corner again. And see where we saw Forshaw go down on the first lap. Into the off-road then. Over this little table, there's a little kind of a line choice thing on the other side of that we can't see. But Groom then on the 138 then from Reynolds, from Pearson, Dean Hillier in there as well. So Hillier will be desperate to get himself up into the A group because he's chasing points to hang on to his top 10 in the series. As Groom makes his way round onto the pit straight, and you can see he's just trying to pick the throttle up, and that rear end is just moving very, very slightly.
You can see just how far that dirt's being carried across the circuit as well. That dirty line forming where the riders have been riding this morning.
So Hillier then up to 30, puts a move around the outside of Pearson. So he's only got Paul Reynolds to work his way past, and he will find his way up into the B group. And Dean started on row 2 in this one. I'll say he's the man who's been responsible for getting most of these dirt sections sorted out, along with the help from Chris Walker, another rider who's not with us this weekend through injury after a big off at Mete, and he's not able to be with us this weekend. The gap then from Groom to Reynolds, 1.5 seconds. With Hillier there still there in third, and I would expect him to close down in this off-road, Dean, then, and I've got a fair bit of motocross experience as well.
He is our fastest man on track as well, currently doing a 1:31.3. So he's about 2 seconds quicker than Paul Groom, and about a second quicker than Paul Groom, and about 2 seconds quicker than Paul Reynolds. So he'll just be trying to find a way past these two guys to try and make himself up to that transfer position to the A's for race 2.
Well, he tried to make a pass on the outside round here on Blaine Pearson earlier in the lap, and didn't quite get the job done. And he's nice static camera then at the end of pit lane as we see the rest of the field come through. So Hillier then, he's got to close this gap down, but I think everybody in the paddock will tell you that Paul Reynolds is not an easy man to pass, and I can tell you that from experience. He rides a wide bike, and I mean that in a nice way. He just doesn't give you any option to he puts the bike where it needs to be, doesn't make that many mistakes. So you see the rider's hand come off the bar there, just moving on the roll-offs on the goggles to clear the vision. Probably the only place where you'd be brave enough to take your hand off the bars around here at Three Sisters today, because it needs full attention.
Well, it looks like track conditions must be improving because the lap times are consistently coming down. So Paul Groom now doing a 1:31.1. All of our top 3 doing 1:31s, and then it's down to a 1:33 for the 151 of Blaine Pearson. It looks like that off-road just drying out ever so slightly, especially on the entrance. There's just one sort of big puddle there.
So is Hillier. So there's an inside line there, and an inside berm, and then an outside berm, as we see the number 10 just get a little bit out of shape there when the rear lights the rear end up. And here we go, Hillier down the outside. Is he going to try and ride? Oh, and he goes down. I don't know whether there was contact there or not. There was a bit of a look from Hillier that maybe he thought, I can't say, but he can't see, so he's struggling with vision. So that would possibly be why. But I don't think that there was contact there. Very difficult to see, and certainly Reynolds just held his ground, and as Dean Hillier tried to find a way around the outside, he just took the front. So these two then away. The battle then for third now will go between Blaine Pearson and Luca Jennings, and neither of those guys are close enough to challenge for the second place, which will move them up to A group for the next group of races. But Hillier had to make that pass happen somewhere, and I think he realised that there wasn't anywhere else where he'd got an advantage over the number 10. Shout out to Andrew Kitchen there in 7th place on the number 220 650 Huserberg. That's an Evo bike, which is not quite sure what the age is, but it's definitely pre-2005, I think. And he was really good on that yesterday, and he looks pretty sorted in the off-road section today. As Groom takes a look over his shoulder, he'll be willing the last lap flag to come out, but as we've seen, it's not just enough to have a lead, you've got to commit.
Having a little look down our results at the moment, our pole sitter Craig Forshaw, it looked like he stalled it in the off-road again midway through this race, so he came back from, I think it was dead last, and he's currently in 12th, just behind the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth. So, oh, and it looks like he's done it again. Commentator's curse, unfortunately, there for Craig, as he's stalled it again, just on that deep rut, on that inside line.
We've just got a view of Luke Armitage through the off-road there, showing that that tabletop is it is possible to get some decent air over that one. But here is our race leader then, with the shadows cast of this autumn sunshine. I don't think he's rigged up for our onboard camera, but on the front mudguard there, but not appearing to. Obviously, I think with the conditions today, a bit optimistic, but perfect over the tabletop. Reynolds then just catches the rear end, but that's not too. It's not too bad. It just slows you down a little bit, and in fact, Reynolds is starting to just close that gap a little bit. Groomy will be not wanting to throw it down again. Groomy just nearly getting over that tabletop there, and we'll see what our 8 group guys can do in that off-road section. As third place then Pearson. Is that Hillier? So Hillier's remounted and got back up into 4th. And then Roder then having a bit of that looked like it may have been Kitchen that had a bit of a mare there.
Well, I think that may have been Luca Jennings with the jacket on, just sort of going a bit sideways as they head up over that small kicker. Right,
there's Groom then going down pit lane and past pit lane, and then this right-left combination was again another moment for the Tripz.uk rider.
Our split screen there showing the 145 of Luke Armitage looking really comfortable in this tricky off-road, so he's taking that outside line and carrying plenty of speed, and again nearly clearing that tabletop.
But he looks like he's a long way back because he's not showing in our top 10, so
he's currently sitting in 12th.
So there's a battle then. Groom again just said yesterday the track was so slippy, getting on the throttle anywhere was giving him problems. Get the long view and they come through this. There's a few tyres there that they have to negotiate, and then Groom then just getting over that tabletop almost in one movement, where Reynolds behind him is just kind of hopping onto the top then hopping off, and this is where you'll pull a second in. Oh, faller there, that's Luke Hutchison. He's the 56. I recognise the lack of a peak on that helmet, so he spilled it in the off-road section actually at the end of the start straight.
Commentator's curse there.
So Groom then will be hoping to get the last lap flag this time by Dean Hillier back up to 3rd, but 4 seconds adrift of this battle. So expecting Hillier to close them down. Well, there he is in the background. So Paul Groom then just pulls a roll off as he comes down to take the last lap flag. We'll see what's in the background. And Hillier, although he's closing in on Reynolds, he's going to have to proper get a move on to close down that gap. He will start from pole in the next one, but this dirt section dragging on quite badly. And it all starts to close up through this tighter section. So race leader Groom, that's not in doubt, but Hillier now right on the back of Paul Reynolds, so we've got half a lap left. Remember that Hillier has already spilled it once. As they come off the off-road, is he gonna? He's got too much to make up on the brakes into this one, but we'll see what he does as Groom tiptoes out of here. So Hilliard's going to need to do a big send at the end of pit lane or try and get him on the run to the line.
Hilliard also the only rider out there currently into the 29s, so he is the fastest rider on track, but making a pass is entirely different.
So here we go then. Is he going to give it the Hail Mary down the inside? Say Reynolds is so difficult to pass, and the track not doing either of them any favours. We wait then for the checkered flag, and here they come, and it is going to be a win for Groom. Reynolds second, Hilliard not able to make the pass to get to second, so he will finish third and start in pole position.
Our split screen there showing the 58 of Craig Forshaw making his way around the outside of the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth. An absolute mare of a race for Craig Forshaw. Having an off and stalling it, so
he'll be glad to get this weekend out of the way, won't he?
Yeah.
But I think that applies to quite a lot of people, and as we'll talk about in our A group race shortly, it's been challenging with the weather conditions, and obviously for some people a lot at stake, and for others not so much. And as a result, we've seen some pretty topsy-turvy race results this weekend. So Groom from Reynolds, from Hilliard, and then Blaine Pearson, Darrell Pennington 5th, Luca Jennings 6th, Jake Sayer 7th, Andrew Kitching 8th, Duncan Wright 9th, and Craig Forshaw comes across the line in 10th. So that is Automotive Solutions Supermoto B race in the books.
But we're now getting ready for the first race for our Supermoto Group A guys, sponsored by Sheen's Projects and Doors. I just took a quick peek out of the window, Phil, and trying to have a look, see what tyres these guys are on. It's looking like wets. I think they've all sort of gone for that safe option of keeping wets in.
There is our championship leader then, Chris Hodgson. He was up here earlier on having a look. And tyre warmer on the back there, so again, a little bit of gamesmanship there. The 61 of Andy Mitchell, he's in wets. 79 there of Peter Bennett.
If I was to gamble, I'd keep an eye on Andy Mitchell. Whatever he'd do, I'd be pretty confident in saying he's probably going to be a good choice. He's got plenty of experience. So
the 34 there in the background of Ian Bremner, Richard Sharp then. So as our points, right, Odgie's got a slick in. Odgie's got a sticker slick in.
Yeah, is that going to be too dark over here though?
Like
also Bremner a slick, and Harley Sharp looks like he might have a wet in as they roll out. I think Richard Sharp's got a slick in. So all good stuff.
We could see there are podium riders from B Race 1. That looks like a slick from Jamie Duncan as well there.
Yeah, so we're at our positions as we just look at our B group riders, and there is Paul Reynolds, but we're just overlooking the exit to pit lane so we can see what all these guys are going out on. So Paul Reynolds then, he took second. The Automotive Solutions team boss, that of Archie and Cole as well. Got a big presence in the paddock, so another guy who steps up and does a lot of stuff for the sport. There is Dean Hilliard, our third place finisher and track design and maker man. Thank you very much to him. Chris Walker of Tripz.uk for supplying some of the manpower and the machinery and the funding for making this happen as well. So grid then, Chris Hodgson from the 217 of Richard Sharp, number 7 Jamie Duncan, and Storm Stacey, number 79 on the front row. And row 2 is Alex Mullaney, David Pearce, Andy Mitchell and Peter Bennett. Row 3, Seth Gibson, Harley Sharp, Ian Bremner and Paul Rhodes as they all set off on their warm-up lap. And the final row of the grid, Josh Jasper, James Wood and Jack Nation. So this one is going to be interesting. And as the points stand at the moment, as I think Danielle alluded to earlier on, Jamie Duncan needs to get quite a few riders between himself and Chris Hodgson to wrestle the championship lead from the man from Cumbria. And I don't think that whilst that was never an easy task, with Richard Blakeman being a non-starter due to a broken collarbone sustained yesterday in race 2, and also the Londoner Jay Smith being a non-starter in this proceedings to date. He had a bit of a mare yesterday, and I think after what's been quite a challenging year for him, with
Looks like the 82 there of James Wood stalling in the off-road on his sighting lap.
Yeah, from Jay's point of view, he's had a tough year. He's obviously had injuries. Really difficult to lift yourself to push in the conditions that we've got here this weekend, and it was really like a no-win situation. There was nothing at the end of it, no matter what happened. So they decided yesterday that maybe it was a good idea just to sit out the rest of the proceedings. And with the weather forecast as it is today, they've elected not to ride today as well. I think they actually left yesterday, but if they're out there watching, they've been a great addition to Supermoto in this country for a long while, and we look forward to seeing Jay and all of his family back for next year. We thank them for the sponsorship that they've given to this championship as well, the First Form and the Jay's building company. There's our podium guys then, Paul Groom and Paul Reynolds and Dean Hillier. A few handshakes then.
So it looks like the only rider I'm confirmed that I think has a slick on would be Chris Hodgson. By the looks of it, Jamie Duncan has gone for full wets.
I thought JD had a slick on the rear. I thought he had a sticker slick on.
He doesn't like mixing his tyres, and he's definitely got a wet on the front, so I'd be damned to say it'd be a slick
Here
on
we
the
go,
rear.
so it looks like Richard Sharp got a great start. Let's see who's going to take the whole shot into turn one. Is it going to be Sharpie? No, it is Hodgson. No, it isn't. It's going to be Jamie Duncan. Duncan runs wide, but he takes the lead, so Jamie Duncan then leads. He goes out right out wide to get rid of all off that dirt, so it is Duncan from Hodgson, from Richard Sharp. Looks like that may be Storm Stacey there in 4th. Andy Mitchell up there in about 6th or 7th as well. As they come out of the off-road section, out the urban off-road, it is the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. He just needs to win. And it did look like he was out there on his new bike. That did look very fresh. It certainly, from a graphics point of view, did not look like the bikes that he's been using for the year. And his Trevor Pope prepared bike has been delivered this week, and he's elected to ride it today by the looks. And here he comes then out of
so that
turn
is
in pit lane.
That's the older bike. That's this year's bike. It's got the only suspension and the DVRs on it.
It looked fresh as it went out, so the fact that he hasn't been out on track on it this morning, I think he went out on the other one in qualifying, so that's why it was just clean and fresh. So those two guys away at the front then. Sharpie there in 3rd, Storm Stacey 4th, a fantastic 5th from Jack Nation.
Our split there showing Alex Mullaney having a bit of an off before they make their way towards Luna, but he's rejoined. We'll see where that's popped him. Looks like Chris Hodgson making a move down the inside at the end of that straight, but Jamie taking the wide line to see if he can get the run on him down the off-road.
So this is the line that Duncan then running out wide just to try and get onto the dry part of the track. Hodgie obviously got a better run through Luna and managed to force his way down the inside. But these guys were never separated by much more than this yesterday. And like Chris has said, I just need to go out there, ride my race and make Jamie do the work. As Jamie rails around the outside. Is he going to get there in time? No, he's not. He's going to go around the other side. Getting a little bit of air over there. Hodgie has a bit of a moment. So is the man from Scotland going to be able to run down?
Oh, well, we've got another rider off in the dirt section there. It looks like the number 8 of Paul Rhodes, but he's rejoined behind Josh Jasper and Seth Gibson.
He had a good day yesterday, Paul Rhodes. So Hodgie then leads. They come down the Rogerson straight and into this this left, and then almost 5 apex right-hander of Luna. And Chris Hodgson then starting to pull a gap on Jamie Duncan. This is exactly what he needs to do. Richard Sharp there in 3rd position. As I say, no Richard Blakeman, unfortunately. The tree surgeon. And watch Sharpie just backing that Bathmate Husky into turn 1. Yeah, the Richard Blakeman taking a big tumble yesterday whilst leading race 2, and he's there with out with a broken collarbone. So this will give Richard Sharp the chance to cement 3rd place in the championship, but obviously he's still in with a mathematical chance of winning, and you can see he gets over that tabletop. He's very fast in the off-road. It's really giving it some aggression. Storm Stacey, then we would normally expect to see. Oh, Sharpie nearly getting over the tabletop, and Duncan is closing back in on Chris Hodgson. Oh, Hodgie's gone really wide. Duncan will be looking at this and thinking he's going to have a chance once Hodgson had started to gap him out. But the man from Cumbria on the Automotive Solutions, Husqvarna, is very much in the lead at the moment. This is where he just finds the grit, and he's got all that gap that was virtually nothing. He's out to half the start-finish straight, just in a few corners. So Hodgie is able to push that by. Will be interesting at the end of the race to go down and see what they were all running, and it certainly strikes me that big moment for Sharpie there. That maybe your assertion that Jamie Duncan might have a wet in the rear of that would explain why he doesn't have the speed around Luna. So we'll see what's going on.
He does currently have the fastest lap, so he's doing a 1:25.5, 8 to Chris Hodgson's 1:25.59. So there's absolutely nothing between these guys.
So watch Sharpie here. He will give it the send over the tabletop. Didn't get. So let's get back to the action at the front, and we have got a pass for the lead or not, as Hodges, it looks like JD's sent it up the inside of Hodgson. You can't look away from this for a minute. You got the crowd on the feed there, that something had gone on. It's like watching American Supercross. You know that something's happened because the crowd are making a noise, and Duncan got close enough to make a pass. And he got right there. Again, Hodgie's going to pull out, so JD is going to do what he can to try and get back. It's a little bit closer this time. You can see the gap then to Richard Sharp now. It's 2.5 seconds across the line to Jamie Duncan, and Sharpie a further 11 seconds back. But this is where Duncan is definitely quicker, and he's pulling the time back. So if Chris is holding this holding the front of this on full slicks, and JD's on wets, that makes this win by Chris Hodgson, assuming it will be a win, even more impressive. But you can see Duncan just so much more aggressive in the off-road, closes right in on the back of the number one. Make sure he doesn't jump out the rut. So is this where he made the pass last time? This is where Duncan decided it yet. So I would say, and he got him. So a change for the leader then. The Contract Solutions KTM of Duncan goes back to the front. They come down past pit lane. Is Hodgie going to have another go at him? We did see this yesterday. Richard Blakeman put a couple of passes, so this is where Hodgie's going to have the advantage. But Duncan holds on to it. Well, 2 laps ago you said this would have been all over because with the lead that Hodgson had got, but Jamie Duncan doesn't know when he's beat, and let's see what we've got at the end of this. That did look like a wet in the back of the KTM, didn't it? He has a look over his shoulder. Here comes Hodgie down the inside.
So Jamie will be looking to try and pull a gap now on this lap, using all the off-road, knowing that Chris does have the advantage, it seems, on the tarmac. So he'll be now pushing now through this off-road section that he is about to enter. So
this gap at the front, as big as it's been, and it's as big as it's been in the favour of Jamie Duncan, and we'll expect to see him riding away from Hodgie in the off-road here, providing he makes no mistakes. Bit of a rut there, and this is where he will have the advantage as they come down. And this is where he's managing to pick it up. He has a look over his shoulder, and Hodgie will struggle to get off here. And
yeah, that's the biggest gap.
He's almost gone straight on there. He's almost gone straight on, although Duncan's looking for the grip. Where's Hodgie? There he is. So Chris has absolutely dropped off the pace on this one. But having said that, he's I think more than the fact that he knows he's got nothing for Jamie Duncan, and he's just going to let him go. So Duncan leads then. Chris Hodgson not able to go. He has a look over his shoulder. Right, quick change on the mic. We've got with us Richard Blakeman. Thank you very much for dropping into comms.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm sorry that you're not out there making a nuisance of yourself in this one, because I'm sure you would have been. You showed some brilliant speed yesterday, and obviously your injury has meant that you're not taking part today. Are you feeling a bit sad for not being out there?
I am indeed, to be honest. The track looks quite gnarly today, quite slippy. The new off-road section looks quite good. But I think, as we're watching now, Jamie is leading and Odgie's behind him, but I think Odgie just needs to sit behind him, I think. It
does look to me like, I said on the last lap that it looked like Odgie had given it up, and this lap it looks like he's come back at him. Danielle's call was that obviously Jamie had gone out on full wets and Chris is on a slick rear, and that's certainly what it's looking like at the moment. And Hodgson is straight back onto the back of him as they come down the Rogerson straight.
Yeah, I think Odgie keeps on the straight. It's like a missile, that bike. Every lap I seem to be watching from outside.
And here we go, and move up the inside.
Yeah, straight up the side, and I think just gaps him 2 or 3 bike lengths.
And you can see then, because of the wet tyres then on the back of the number 7 KTM, he just can't get the power down on the entrance to that straight. But this is where JD has got to make. He's got to make it out
on this section.
He's very quick, but of course
quick down around the infield and the off-road section.
So drying out there, but obviously there's a little bit of standing water on running across the circuit there, and they come into the off-road.
Yeah, and the first couple of laps, as I was watching, Jamie was on the outside around the berm here, but he's changed to Chris's line. But as you say, he's right with him there. Oh, bit of a bobble from Jamie. But on this next left-hander here, Odgie seems to run real wide as Jamie goes real tight. A bit of a bobble from both of them.
Yeah, so it looked to me like Odgie Odgie, rather than going for the outside where he knew the grip would be, he just closed down the advantage that Jamie would have had. This is a masterful ride from Chris Hodgson. I mean, I know you have to go out there and bang bars with him pretty much every week, but you can't, as a fan, you can't help but admire the way that he goes about his business. He rides hard but fair, and there's a reason he's a 17-time champion there, isn't there?
Yeah, there is indeed. He knows where to place the bike. That's all we can say really about him. Is it 1 lap to go now?
It is, last lap then. So Hodgson then, he's got the advantage that he needs, and like I say, he needs to make sure, first of all, that he outscores Jamie Duncan, and that will guarantee him the
overall,
the overall and the championship. So looking a bit further down the order then, Richard Sharp then still.
Is he 11 seconds off there?
He's quite a long way. Andy Mitchell having a great ride in 4th, Peter Bennett 5th, Storm Sadie back to 6th.
I think Storm's on full slicks. Storm is.
So that will explain why the BSB start just struggling a little bit. But great ride from Andy Mitchell, and another great ride from Peter Bennett. He was my tip for Rider of the Day yesterday with his couple of top 6 finishes. But we can't take our eyes off this race at the front, because this is what we pay our money to see. And here we go.
Here's the pass.
So Duncan again manages to get the grip. So now what he's got to do is what the Americans call pole port. He's got to stop Chris Hodgson. He's got to send him the long way round Luna. He's not got to let him get up the inside as they come round for the final time.
I think Chris might have a run at him round Luna. I think if he lines him up, I think if Jamie going to push him out wide.
Oh, this is good stuff. Jamie has a look. He moves across. And here we go then. Literally a quarter of a lap to go, and here we go. So Jamie's going to have to hold the inside line here. He's done it.
Yeah, I think he has. There's no wheelies today over the line.
No, here we go. Is Jamie going to do it? Hodgie's coming at the inside. Here we go. Oh, that was close.
Has he done it?
I've got no idea who won.
It's on our screens, Chris. Oh, Duncan first, Hodgson second.
Oh, so Jamie Duncan wins the first race.
And I think he put a 125 in then, I think he was.
That was absolutely fantastic. That's what we come to see. I can remember, can't remember what year it was, Rockingham with you and Jordan Bannon.
Oh yeah, when I won the championship.
You won the championship, mate. I was fortunate enough to commentate on that. And it went down to the wire on the last lap. 2 lead changes in the last 2 corners, and you nicked him by pretty much a similar margin to that. And it was all on that last race.
It was. Jordan showed his hand too early in the first race.
He did, and
that's where he went wrong.
But But Jamie Duncan then doing what he needs to do. He's got it across the line first. It's all in there. He's just got to try and force Odgie into a mistake. So Sharpie comes across the line in third. The fourth place, number 79 of Peter Bennett. That was a great ride from him. Fifth place then the legend that is Andy Mitchell, the godfather of Supermoto in the UK. Sixth then for Storm Stacey. Seventh for Alex Mullaney. Eighth for David Pearce. Ninth for Jack Nation. And 10th for Ian Bremner on the Racing and Cruising Husky. We'll have a Bathmate replay then. This is Odgie just lighting up the rear. And at this point, I called it. You were still outside at this point, I think, Rich. But I said to Danielle, I just think that Odgie's managed to break Jamie and he'll just like motor away. And in fairness to JD, he got his head down and he pulled it back. So, what's your prognosis then? You're going to have surgery on your collarbone, or are you going to be you're going to lay ill naturally? Obviously, you know your job is pretty physical. It's one of them things where you need to be back in action as quick as you can.
Yeah, well, I've had to ring a customer already for tomorrow because I've had to cancel that.
Here's the pass for the lead at the end. Look, watch this. This is where
drive.
Absolutely great. Nothing that Hodgson could do there at all.
Just wheel spin with a slick on, I think, on the rear.
And obviously he tried to close it down, so here we are then. Our race leaders and winners. A great victory then for Jamie Duncan.
Bit of a sweat on for Jamie.
Bit of a sweat on, yeah. And we'll
Must
go
have been
down.
trying.
We'll put it down to Danielle and she will interview our top three.
So we're down in Parc Fermé with the top three riders from our first A group. Here with the 217 of Richard Sharp. Looked like a pretty lonely race for you out there in third.
Yeah, these two got me, and I didn't know what I could do, so I just watched them really. Watch Andy Mitchell behind me, so I kept an eye on him, but yeah, just rode my own race, stopped on.
Absolutely, I think that was a big challenge in this race with these conditions, but you managed to stay on. Good points for the championship.
Yeah, sound. I think, well, obviously Blakeman's out, which is a bit of a bummer for him, but I think that puts us quite comfortably in third. I think just got to finish the day in one piece.
Great, well, good luck for race two. We'll go to second place now. It was absolutely nothing between these two riders, but we have Chris Hodgson having a look. You went out on a slick.
Yeah.
What do you feel it was the right choice?
It's one of them. I don't think there was a right and a wrong choice there. Every bit had its advantage or disadvantage, you know. Jamie capitalised where he could, I done the same. So, it was absolutely great race. To say that we're fighting for the championship on the last day, just proper clean race, and so just absolute pleasure to ride with him.
Yeah, clean between the two of you, maybe not so clean between the bikes. Absolutely filthy, but we could see where you had the advantage was definitely around like Luna, all the tarmac sections. Jamie could make the most up with the off-road, so...
Yeah, like I say, just a bit of give and take, really, so... Yeah, it was, like I say, a great race with Jamie. Shame our mate Richard ain't with us today, broke his collarbone yesterday, but hey, it happens, doesn't it?
It does happen. And we'll go to our race one winner. So we have Jamie Duncan. It was a tenth of the second between you over the line.
Yeah, I tried not to wheelie this time. I don't want to lose the place just on a wheelie, so no, it was close all race. Obviously, in the wet bits I had more advantage, but around Luna and stuff, Chris was just so much faster. I think he pulled out half a straight every time. So.
Yeah, I think it'll be quite a decision now for tyres for race two. But that's sort of what you needed to do in the championship. You're currently second. You know what you've got to do to beat Chris Hodgson, who's currently our championship leader. So you've done the most you can in this one.
Yeah.
It's all to play for race two.
It is indeed. So we just have to see how the next one goes. I could do a miracle, but stranger things have happened.
And I'll hand it straight back to Phil, who's still in the comms box, I think, with Richard Blakeman.
Okay, cheers, Danielle. Yes, indeed, I am. So that was our top three then from our first A group race brought to you by Sheen's Project. So Richard Blakeman here with me then. So like I say, obviously you're thinking about getting some surgery on the collarbone, or is it a wait and see job?
The hospital said yesterday at Wigan to go back to my own hospital over in Oldham. So I'll go there tomorrow, see a shoulder specialist and see what happens. And then where I've broke it, it's the end of my plate. So I've already broke my collarbone before, and at the end of my plate, where one of the pins is, it's just after I broke it. So it's a bit of a gutner for the end of the season, and obviously I was in the fight with these three that are on the podium now.
It would have been nice to see you out there on track as well, because as I said before, you're always one of these guys that likes to make things happen. And I think, like I say, with the tricky conditions we saw yesterday, that you took it to Chris Hodgson a couple of times, and obviously you were leading when you went down. So what happened? Did you just light the rear up as you came out? 'Cause obviously with the off-road section being run the other way and it being particularly slippy through that area of the track always, but historically, did he just catch you out a little bit, or?
No, so basically where the track was, I would jump into the inside and kind of just clipping the tyre. And as I've landed, I must have just been a bit to the left of it, and it's the rear's just spun me round and spat me off. I went straight over, landed on my shoulder, and down we went.
And that was it. And obviously, from where I was on the other side of the circuit doing on circuit comms yesterday, we couldn't see that. All I could see was all of a sudden Chris was leading, and you were no longer there. So it's a bit of a gutter, mate. I'm really, it's sad that you're not out. Obviously, it's nice to have you sat next to me and having a bit of a chat today. But just like to thank you, obviously, for all everything that the meetings that you sponsored and everything this year, and the trophies that you put up and stuff like that. But for being good to watch and keeping all the racing interesting,
thank you.
And being a larger-than-life figure around the paddock, Richard Blakeman. So we wish you a speedy recovery.
Thank you very much.
And enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, well, we're all packed up. I'm going to watch the rest of the racing for today. I'm hoping Jamie wins, because next year we're full teammates. He's joined Fat and Fast, and I've changed my colour scheme, and so has Jamie. So it should be interesting for next year.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you guys always fit together, and everything. You have a good laugh on and off the track, and I think that's one of the beauties of the paddock. And although, obviously, from my point of view, I've got no favourites. I get on well with everybody, but all the riders have got respect for each other, which is what makes this a great paddock to be in.
Yeah, like I say, we all go to work Monday morning. It's not. It's
well, obviously, apart from you.
Yeah,
now.
It's at the end of the day, it's a hobby. For us, it's an expensive hobby, but we all will love coming racing. It's more of a family than anything when we get here. If something breaks, you ask somebody else to borrow it, but it's enjoyable to come. And this year, I've got the bit between my teeth and gone faster.
Yeah, I mean, we had this conversation earlier on, and I think everybody has kind of upped the game, and obviously, whereas Chris is the class of the field, he's having to work a lot harder than I think he really wants to at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's been going to the pub a bit more.
Yeah, and well, he's got to be a man of a certain age, hasn't he?
Yes, indeed.
Right, anyway, Richard Blakeman, thank you very much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we look forward to seeing you back out on track in 2024. Cheers,
Perfect.
mate.
Thank you very much. Cheers, everyone.
So here we are at round 3 of the British Supermoto Championship, brought to you by Tripz.uk at Rowra. One of the things that people often want to know is, what do I need to do to make my motocross bike into a supermoto bike? To turn this into this. So Andy, what's the first thing that we need to look at when we're turning a motocross bike into a supermoto bike like this?
So the wheels are the first thing. Obviously the wheel size, we're running road race size tyres. Second thing, suspension. You can get away with standard suspension, but you do need a lot stiffer damping really, and a big brake.
We know that motocross bikes take a lot of hammer, but supermoto bikes, they don't have to be in the flush of youth, they just have to be well prepared. So if you've got a 5 or 6 year old bike, my 450 over there, that's a 2016, it's still competitive. It's not going to cost a massive amount of money, especially if you go with like the VMX wheels and all that kind of stuff that are not top line stuff, but they're more than affordable.
Yeah, there's plenty of also used parts around on the various Supermoto forums, Facebook, etc. Probably looking around £1,000 for a set of wheels. You can get adapter kits to modify your standard and use your standard caliper as well. There are plenty of suspension experts around that are capable of modifying standard motocross suspension for Supermoto. But if you just want to go and have a go with the wheels and brake, you can get away with your standard suspension, just wind those clickers in.
My motocross bike over there does occasionally get turned into supermoto trim doing exactly that. And with a decent rider on it, it's capable of running at the front in the B group here.
This one's pretty much top spec now. We've got different swinging arms and shock absorbers, fork internals, different slipper clutches, things like that, but it's all extras on top of the basic bike. A standard motocross with a few basic mods, you're ready to go and have a go, basically.
You can turn your reasonably priced motocross bike into a decent supermoto bike to come and have some fun at these British Championship races. There's always people that are willing to help people get into the sport. Just come and have a go and have a try out. And there's not many people who try it and don't want to come out and have a go.
No, it is one of the friendliest paddocks I've ever been in.
Right, Andy Mitchell, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Phil G.
I'll just take it off. Okay.
Getting to know you, getting to know all about you, getting to like you, getting to hope you like me.
My name's May Chalice.
I'm Richard Blakeman.
Danielle Koenig.
Dean Hillier.
Jay Smith.
Chris Hodgson. Darryl Pennington.
Paul Reynolds.
It's Jess Mitchell.
Jamie Duncan.
That was so gracious. There's no cool way of doing that. Fadji. It's all his fault. It started, beginning of this year, warm-up round. He's like, oh, just come and have a go. I've got this bike. Just give it a try. I said, yeah, I'll give it a try. And then, like most people probably do, I just fell in love with it, and here we are.
I first started motocrossing when I was 6 years old, and then when I was 18 and 19, I started looking for something else to do, and I found that. Our first one was at Wigan on a Suzuki 250F. It was. So that was 15 years ago, I think. Long time.
I got into Supermoto by basically watching my dad. One of my dad's friends decided he was going to come and race, and my dad thought he'd do it. And after watching my dad, I thought, how hard could it be? Quite hard.
Supermoto, my father started racing back in 2000, 2001 when we had the Foot and Mouth come in. I always done motocross. I started doing it in 2004. So yeah, I've been doing it a good 20 years now. 19, 20 years, yeah.
Started Supermoto 20 odd years ago. Done motocross and then went straight into Supermoto and never looked back.
I got into Supermoto through the KTM Junior Cup in 2004. So since then, I've never looked back.
Just through my mates doing it, and I carried on doing it after them.
Well, I just started on like a little off-it and then progressed on from there.
I first got into Supermoto about 12 years ago at Topcliffe. My friends started doing it and asked me if I'd like to go and have a go. So I put some Supermoto wheels in my 450 Honda and went and had a ride, and I've been there ever since.
I used to do motocross up until I was 25, but I was getting too many injuries, and I had a shot on a CR500 Supermoto, and I quite enjoyed it, and since then I never looked back.
I got into Supermoto through my dad. He had me on a bike pretty much before I could walk, so... Mental.
Fun.
Excited.
3 words, that's very difficult.
Happy.
Happy.
Thrilling.
Excited. Fun.
Exciting.
Nervous.
Alive.
Excited. Excited.
Excitable.
Exciting.
Now think about that.
Nervous. I know they do a word count for this, so I'm just going to say loads of words so it comes up with loads of numbers at the bottom because I think that's really funny.
Thrilling.
Proud.
Exhilarating. Exciting. It's a release. It's a release.
Broken. Sore. Alive.
Great.
In some ways relaxed.
Adrenaline thrill.
No, we're going to have to come back to that one, I think.
Adrenaline rush. Fun.
The excitement.
And third word. Oh, I don't even know. Tiring? Yeah.
I've never done anything as exciting. I haven't. I've travelled the world with adventure trips, and from the adventure background, I've ridden all different kinds of bikes, but this Supermoto is really addictive. It's fast, and there's not much else I can say other than it's just real fun.
That's my 3 words.
The right. Yeah, just get a whole entire new bike, to be honest.
I don't know, I'd probably lose a bit more weight. That's probably another one, lose a bit of weight.
it the person that sits here?
Everything.
Probably another rider.
Probably some suspension work.
Maybe better suspension?
It'd still be my bike. My bike's alright. My bike's perfect.
We'll give it to Trevor. He sorted out.
The rider.
To be honest, it wouldn't be the bike, it'd be the rider, lose a bit of weight. But I think everyone's pretty much saying the same thing.
Probably a deer, like a baby deer on an ice rink, because I come off every 2 seconds.
A hippo. Because I'm big built and strong.
It depends. In the morning it could be a sloth. If I haven't woken up or had a coffee, it could be a sloth. Or then, I'm trying to think of an animal that crashes well.
Drop bears.
Drop bears? What's a drop bear? A koala?
Trees.
Oh yeah! Koalas when they fall out of trees, because I've seen them fall off.
Most of it have to go with Dearden's comment a few meetings, which he said a tank, so I suppose you say a bit of a rhino because it's hard to pass.
It's got to be a lion. Definitely a lion. Got a warm heart, but quite aggressive.
I'd say probably...
Definitely a lion. Got a warm heart, but quite aggressive.
I'd say probably a panda, because they're pretty calm. They've got a bit of weight on them, but when they want to pounce, they can.
Oh, I know, a sloth. I'm lazy on the bike.
Probably like a swan, because I'm not very stressed. I'm just like, I'm really like hyped up, but then I'm just like, I come up, I'm like, oh yeah, that was a good race. I'm not very like, stressed. I was just very calm.
My riding style probably be a Boston crab.
A rhinoceros, because I don't mind bulldozing people out the way.
I'd definitely say a sloth. Probably how much you learn from doing it. It's such a varied sport that you get so many different skills from it, and the paddock's by far the best paddock.
It's like a family. Everyone gets together, everyone mucks in, and everyone just gets, and it's enjoyment. I think that's the best one, enjoyment.
Actually racing other people. Riding on your own's fine, but racing with other people and sort of overtaking, being overtaken, getting the people back, yeah, that's big, that's Supermoto.
It's got to be the paddock and everyone around here we're racing with and coming along with.
Probably the paddock, how everyone helps each other out and just how friendly everyone is.
Just the general paddock and the craft between it, it's great. Love it.
Everything, like your sociable racing, it's just best way to grow up.
Riding, racing and being with all your friends in paddock, and it's a very friendly paddock, all other teams, we all have a good laugh, especially when we get to be a 10.
Paddock, I think, the nice friendly paddock.
Everything, from the riders to the team, to the bikes, to the racing, everything, it's really good.
Seeing my wife and son and my dad up there on the bank. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't do it.
Getting to know you, getting to know all.
One big family.
Nice.
So welcome back then to our final round of the Tripz.UK British Supermoto Championship here at Three Sisters at Ashton in Makerfield near Wigan. We have the second group of races of our afternoon's entertainment with our academy class going out onto circuit as we speak. The number 10 of Cole Reynolds going out there, and he had a beautiful moment with him and his brother in the previous one. This Supermoto Academy brought to you by First Form Solutions Design and Build. That's the building company of our elite rider Jay Smith down there in London. So if you've got any building requirements down that neck of the woods, he's your man to look up for. But yeah, apparently what happened in that one then, Danielle, that Archie and Cole Reynolds both ended up on the floor in the same place through a separate incident, and they just had a brotherly hug out to make sure that it was all right. It was a big R moment as well. And if our guys downstairs, I know they caught the tail end of that, but if they've got the full reel of that, that'd be something for the highlights reel, because it just kind of underlines what we've got. But looking at the grid then, Archie Ormrod, Ollie Sims, Liam Pearson, Charlie Cunningham are your front row, and then it will be Lily Rose, Jackson Bennett, Jack Ludlam and Max Rhodes on row 2. Belle Wingate, Rip Jennings, Archie Reynolds and Ruby Booth on row 3. And they go off on the line.
So we had quite a few fallers in that one, but Archie Ormrod led from start to finish, really. This off-road seeming really challenging for these smaller bikes. But they're all making their way round. They're doing exceptionally well to ride in these tricky conditions. You can see now after lunch how much drier the circuit is, almost completely bone dry, but as they head on to that first off-road, you can see that is still quite considerably wet.
So they will have to contend with the drag on from the off-road as we watch what I call the urban off-road. Was Charlie Cunningham and getting a little bit squirrely as he came over that tabletop. So a lot of water there on there. That looks like those ruts could do with a bit of an emptying, although I think the water will splash out of those fairly quickly. That's draining from obviously the grass further up the hill. I was down there this morning with Dean Hillier with the mini digger as Dean was doing his work, and we dug through trenches. In fact, you can see the big one there that was put in at the start of the weekend, but we just opened those up a little bit. So the number 25 then in shot there, Jack Ludlam. He's a new rider in the series, and he was going great until he wasn't. Ended up on the floor in the corner that we're just about to come up to, actually, and that crashed him out of second place. But he recovered to finish second, so seventh. Sorry, so that we'll see what he can do as we look at the 79 of young Jackson Bennett. But Charlie Cunningham then, he wrapped up the mini bike academy class yesterday, which is a tarmac only class, by virtue of playing his joker on the final round and overhauling Archie Ormrod. But still all to play for in this one. I think we've got a similar situation, and Cunningham is kind of in the favoured position at the moment. But we'll see what Archie Ormrod can do. It was, like I say, social media tells me it was his dad's birthday today, so we had a win in the first race, which would be nice if he can bang 3 wins away at the end of today. And the year will be what it will be. Talking to his mum yesterday, and they were quite philosophical about the fact that there was lots of things that had gone on through the year that maybe had cost them a few points here and there, but it was what it was, and to not get upset about him, from just to go out there and enjoy the racing, which is what we want and need to see. And as we just wait then, a little bit of a delay, waiting for the last few riders to come to the line. So this academy class then growing pretty much week on week now. We had about 26 riders yesterday for the tarmac only, because we tend to run the pit bikes in with those as well, which obviously some of those not suited for the full off-road supermoto that we run on the Sunday Supermoto Academy Championship. But these last few riders getting sorted out. The number 25 there, that is Jack Ludlam, just getting sorted out and put in the right position. So we'll wait for the green flag from Kirk. We'll get the nod from our lap scorers to say that they are ready to go. Andy will stick his red flag and point at the lights, and here we go then, race 2. Good jump from Ormrod. He has a look across straight away. Cunningham drops into second, and the 73 of Sims comes to third, but this is the bit of the track that was really tricky, and this is much drier now, Danielle.
Yeah, great start there for Charlie, but it looks like Ollie Sims is trying to make that pass back, and he has down that first off-road section. You can see the bike squirreling about underneath them on that very slippy damp patch as they make their way to the tabletop. Trying to have a nosy there, so it's definitely Ormrod out in front, followed by Sims and then Cunningham. And is that Lily Rhodes and Archie Reynolds there getting a good start from starting in 11th? So great start for Archie there.
But Ormrod then leads into the off-road for the first time. Sims in second, Cunningham third. Then it is Archie Reynolds and the 56 of Lily Rhodes. The Ludlam goes round the outside. Like I say, pretty sure he's an ex-motocrosser. Probably still a current motocrosser, to be fair. But his off-road prowess is obviously quite obvious, because he just made a couple of passes in the dirt there as we look at Max Rhodes and Jackson Bennett. Max puts a pass, so there's Lily Rhodes then on the 56. RWJ. Is it RWJ or RJW? I can never remember. But she's been really good this year. Another one of the riders that's upped her game as the season has gone on.
I absolutely love how many girls are in this academy class. So I think today's our biggest turnout with, I think, 4 of them out there.
Yeah.
And we've also got a new name of Daisy Polden out there on the number 127. She's got a bright pink helmet, so I'll keep an eye out for her.
So Rhodes then putting Ludlam under pressure, and you can tell that he's a motocrosser by the way he's got his foot stuck out like that. But he will find his way. Looks like a set of Jorge Parkins leathers there from the SPS team. But Sims then from Reynolds. Obviously we've got Ormrod still out at the front.
Yeah, you could just catch the tail end of Archie heading over the tabletop. So it looks like he's pulled about a 3.5 second lead on this first lap.
And there he is, just going off in the opposite direction. So with the off-road section in, Ormrod showing his off-road prowess. And whilst he couldn't run with the number 73 at all yesterday in full tarmac spec, today he has the upper hand. And Archie Reynolds then out on the all black, but Reynolds just tips over, just lost his balance. Looks like he's managed to keep that running.
I think he just cross-rutted there, so he sort of popped out of the rut, which he lost his balance. That looks like it's actually Archie Ormrod's dad there trying to give him a little bit of a hand to get the bike started.
There's a bit of a problems that they're getting that one refired, so that's not great for him. A long look over the shoulder for Ollie Sims. But as with schoolboy motocross, we have parents out there on circuit just assisting these guys in the off-road should they have any problem, and the idea being that you help any rider that happens to be where you are, and somebody else will help your kid somewhere else on the track.
I'm sure Steve will be enjoying spending his birthday picking bikes up.
Paddling in the mud. Although, to be fair, that it's dried out. We were just saying that before we came back on air, we can see out of the comms box window just how much the top end of that dirt has dried and the colour that it's changed to. But Sims then, he's not say he's out on a change of machinery. Certainly Kawasaki mounted earlier in the year, and whilst he went well on the Kawasaki, he's certainly gone better for on the KTM. That just shows you what the sport's like. We've just done our session results delivered by Chris Hodgson.
We've got to make use of him somehow.
Yes.
Not just for entertainment.
But this academy class, at some point, one of these guys is going to be in our championship racing with Chris Hodgson. We've seen it with Alex Mullaney. He's been a standout rider for me this year in the last couple of seasons, and he's now a legitimate performer at the top end of the A group on a weekly basis. As we look there, is that Rip Jennings?
That looks like Rip Jennings and Ruby Booth there heading down that first off-road section.
So Ruby then, she is an absolute missile when it's tarmac only, but struggles a little bit with the off-road side of it. But again, that depends on what the rider's background is, whether they're coming to this from motocross or whether they're coming to it from mini bikes, because obviously the mini bike circuits run on kart circuits like this.
Looks like we've got a rider stuck there. That's Daisy Polden. So she's had a little bit of difficulty in the off-road, but she's now back underway.
And what we tend to find with this is that people get pulled into the sport. Oh, we'll come and watch one, and then my kid could do this, and before you know it, you've got a 4-year-old motocross bike and a new set of wheels and tyres, and away you go. But it really is that simple in this academy class. You can be pretty much competitive on any well-maintained bike, as we go back to Rip Jennings. He's on what used to be pretty much the go-to bike for this kind of class, which is the CRF 150. But the 85cc bikes just seem to be maybe these 150 Hondas are just getting a little long in the tooth now. But the gap at the front then, Ormrod to Sims, 2.5 seconds, and Ludlam made his way past Charlie Cunningham into third. And they're still pretty close, so that's a good battle on circuit at the minute then between Ludlam and Cunningham for third and fourth.
So it looks like the gap between Archie Ormrod and Ollie Sims has come down significantly. Ormrod still with the fastest lap, doing a 1:40.9, but that gap's definitely closed up.
We can see there the track absolutely bone dry. We saw this yesterday. Track was soaking wet through for first practice. It dried out a little bit for qualifying. And we go into the off-road. That is that Max or is that Lily? That's the 58.
So that's Max
that's
Road.
Max. Is that Cunningham that's gone down?
It is.
So Cunningham has gone down, and he's the guy that needs to finish pretty high up to make sure that he does not lose the championship to Archie Ormrod. Oh, and another faller. So just come by in the background, not sure who that was. That may have been Lily.
I think that was the 150 of Liam Pearson on board his gas. So this is the battle at the front. You can see now Ollie Sims trying to go around the outside of our leader, Archie Ormrod.
Ormrod has a good look, so maybe he's caught him napping now. Ormrod takes a lovely tight line there, gets right on the edge of that damp stuff to pick the drier line. So maybe he's just got held up behind a couple of lap riders, or maybe that just Sims has started to get a bit of a move on.
Looking at our lap times, Ollie Sims is now the fastest bike on track, doing a 1:39.7. So he's obviously found something out there, whether the track conditions are improving. He's found some more grip, but he's closed that gap right up to Archie Ormrod.
So we'll see how this affects the championship, because obviously Ormrod's going to need to take 3 wins to take a maximum of 50 points, or to guarantee a maximum of 50 points. Other than that, it's going to come down to the rudimentary maths. And again, another lovely line from Archie Ormrod. He's just really hooking up where the grip is. It's almost... I'm struggling to fathom what Sims is doing differently to close that gap down, because Ormrod looks like he's not putting the wheel wrong anywhere, but maybe it's just that maybe Sims has clocked onto the lines and he's just opening that throttle a little bit harder. Now they come down onto the Rogerson straight, and you can see that Ormrod again taking a tighter line to stay away from the slippy part of the track.
We're looking there just at our Tripz split screen as Charlie Cunningham. I think they're getting through a few back markers there. I think that is the number 36 of Harris Tall.
As they come down, start straight for the last bit one time. Last lap flag is out. And is he going to send it round the outside? Ormrod's going to make him go the long way round. Oh, he's on the really wet stuff. Sims not able to make the pass as they go down the hill. And again, Ormrod, you can just see he's pulled 5 bike lengths there just by really good line choice. Just needs to not tuck the front going into here, because it's quite damp on the other side of that tyre wall, with the water leaching off the bank opposite. So into the off-road for the final times. Our marshals then waving the blue flag. So Ormrod has got to make his way round. We've got a faller there, a rider down wedged against the tyre wall, and marshals run to help. That's
our 2 leaders getting round those back markers really, really well, giving them plenty of space as they now head out onto this really tricky bit. So
Sims is right there.
Ormrod taking that tighter line again.
He's not there. Ollie's doing everything that he can, but he's just, I won't say he needs to ride smarter. He's closed the gap. He's obviously doing something right, but Ormrod is absolutely nailed on to where they need to be as they come by and put a pass on Daisy Holden. So this is it then, the final couple of corners. Ormrod then just holding the inside line, not letting the bike run outside. In fact, he was a little bit wider that time. So Sims then He's got to send it down the inside here. Is he going to get a chance to have a go? No, Ormrod's closed the door on him. He's quite close to the curb. So Sims is going to try and have a run down the inside, but I just don't think he's going to have the speed. But here we go then on the run to the line. Oh, Ormrod then one-handed over the line. He knew that he'd got that. That was almost Jamie Duncan-esque, that, wasn't he? But
very nearly. I mean, at least he didn't try to pull a wheelie.
At least he didn't try and pull a wheelie. But Ormrod wins then from Sims. And we're waiting then for our third place rider across the line, which is going to be the 25 of Jack Ludlam. So that's a decent ride for him. This is Charlie Cunningham, so he's been on the floor maybe more than once.
He's currently down in 8th place, which isn't ideal for his championship contention.
The thing to remember with Cunningham is he's ridden 65cc bike for quite a lot of this season, and he's now grown enough, I think, to be considered to be safe on the 85. So Lily Rhodes then made it up to 4th, just pipping her brother across the line. So Lily Rhodes 4th, Max Rhodes 5th on the 58. Jackson Bennett came across the line in 6th. Then it was Liam Pearson. He went down and remounted to finish 7th. Charlie Cunningham 8th. 9th place is the 125 of Bell Wingate. And 10th place, Archie Reynolds. So that tip-off costing Archie a lot of time. Again, we can see that we were saying yesterday with it being tarmac only, Bell Wingate absolutely ripping on the tarmac, but not as fast here in the tricky conditions at Three Sisters as she was at Teesside. So she's down there in 9th position. And Rip Jennings comes across the line. He will be 11th, Ruby Booth 12th, and Leon Tull 13th. Last few riders come across the line. So that is our second C Group race. Our second Academy race in the books. C Group will be next. So we'll have to do some maths on this one. And obviously by we, I mean you will have to do some maths on this one.
Fingers and thumbs.
Fingers and thumbs, it's always good. I did a beach race last weekend with no electronic timing, so that was definitely the way it is. But here is then our British Supermoto Group C, brought to you by Tech Native. And here is, that was the 43 of Ollie Ross. We look at the 236 of and Spencer, and the guys go out onto the circuit. Dax Ullman there. He will have come up from the Group C Group race earlier on, I think. Let's have a look. In fact, no, he was in here.
So on pole we'll have the 95 of John Oakes. It looked like he had a bit of arm pump in the closing laps of that first race. So he'll be starting on pole again. And then in second we have Andy Hayes, who was pushing him all the way to the end, but just couldn't quite find a way past. Then we have the 691 of Carl Geary. Great to see him back out there after a few years away. And then the 43 of Oliver Ross makes up our front row.
Now there you go then. So as you say, Oakes, Hayes, Geary and Ross are front row. And then Armstrong, Spencer, Edwards and Scaife. Then Sean Jones, Lewis Cowper, Daniel Hardinge and Mark Adamson. And Thomas Sayer, Michael Whittam, Steve Smith, Richard Sheen. Dax Ullman was a DNF in the first one, so he's there with Selby Trotter.
Yes.
And I think Tarney Atwood, and Dave Spafford rounding out that final row of the grid. So track conditions then. So these C Group riders, they don't need to be brave with tyre choice. They don't need to be putting slicks in if they don't want to. So I would imagine that most of these guys and girls will be at least running a wet front. And obviously you can see with the water in the ruts there that is... well, looks as that going for the high, wide and handsome line, which did work for a couple of people. We saw that as Michael Whittam. As we do look at the 43 of Oliver Ross on the racing and cruising Honda. I was talking to those guys in the pits, as I say, yesterday, and they are going to do a nice, fully branded up team effort next year and try and get some more of the Scottish contingent.
Just
to
having
come
a
down.
nosy out of our pit box window. I think you're right. A lot of these riders out on full wet still. I know yesterday for the final race, I popped slick in the rear and didn't really see much benefit from it. I was more concerned about starting to tearing up my new wet, so it was more a cost thing for me.
Well, definitely. As we look down at our podium then, and we will see Archie Ormrod there, the number 40, taking victory. Ollie Sims second, and third place was Jack Ludlam. So those boys then getting their plaques, and we'll look forward to seeing them again for the third time this afternoon when we come back for the final races of our coverage here of round 8 of the British Supermoto Championship, brought to you by Tripz.uk Motorhome Hire. If you want to rent a camper for the weekend, they are the people to go to. Got some lovely units, a couple of them here in the paddock this weekend. And Chris Walker, obviously he was in with a chance of winning our Clubman Championship, but injured at Mete and had not been able to take part. We wait for the lights to change then, away they go. Who's going to get the whole shot? Is it going to be Andy Hayes? Is it going to be Jono again? It looks like Jono's got a good start, John Oakes, but it is from the middle of the grid.
So that's Carl Geary there taking the whole shot, and he's heading down that first off-road first. We've got about 3 abreast there as they head down the off-road. I think that is Keith Edwards and Dan Spencer in the middle of the pack, but it is Geary from Hayes as they head over the tabletop.
The Scotsman Oliver Ross then looked a bit racy as he went over the jump, so he's obviously got some off-road experience. We'll see how he comes through. I know he tipped off in the first one, I think, and having a little bit of trouble in the off-road.
Don't kick it over.
So here we go. Oh, battle for the lead then. So Andy Hayes is trying to make a pass on Geary. Oh, and he makes it stick. So Andy Hayes then from Geary. Hayes struggling to get out of that rut, as is John Oakes. So maybe just the moisture dragging round onto this bit. Nobody wants to go out of that rut. The 171 in there of Keir Armstrong as well. So our first race leader, John Oakes, then not making the start that he did in the first one, and he's already been pushed back to third position on the Honda. He looks very much like he's out there on the wet bike. One of the few guys in the paddock who has the opportunity to choose one bike to the other and not have to worry about swapping wheels. But that's the joys of being a successful businessman, of course. And like I say, he had trouble with real bad arm pump in that first one, and so he was unable to hold off the pressure.
I mean, it's a good job that I know Carl Geary's leathers, because there's not a chance we're reading that 691 on the front of his new KTM.
No, those numbers are definitely he was definitely trying to get them done on the cheap, I think. But that's the front 4. Andy Hayes then on the it's a Husqvarna. He's out there at the front, and like you say, he's the man that looks after the circuit at Oliver's Mount, where we had our August Bank Holiday Championship round. I was unable to attend that, but it looked like it was a lot of fun, and a good weekend had by all, so it was nice to get
well, maybe not all.
Yeah, well, okay, well, yeah, you all know you didn't. Yeah, you had a mare, didn't you? I realised as soon as I said that having a bike that you had to bring back in pieces was not ideal. But good to see that you got that all sorted out and everything. But I think...
I mean, even I can't wait to get back there and actually ride properly. So
yeah,
it's a credit to both him and his wife, Wendy, the amount of work they put in there.
Yeah, and Wendy, obviously, she helps out here all weekend at the Tripz British Supermoto Championship. And it's normally her that furnishes me with the results all weekend. So she's obviously seconded Chris Hodgson into that. And we won't ask how that happens. But anyway, her other half, Andy, then he's the man that runs the circuit up there at Oliver's Mount. And,
it looks like that is the 77 of Michael Whittam there having a bit of an issue. Now, he had a nightmare in race 1. He took a tumble down the landing of the dirt tabletop, and he did have a little bit of a cut above his eyebrow, so I'm wondering if that's bothering with his goggles or if he's got something in there that he's trying to sort, but it looks like he's possibly retiring.
So Hayes then squares it up and goes onto the dirt section with no lean angle at all. That's the way to do that. Get the bike up right as you go onto the off-road. And he gets the throttle open. Again, not quite getting over the tabletop. Second position then now is the 171 of Keir Armstrong. So Armstrong moving past Carl Geary. John Oakes still there. John Oakes, the 95 Bathmate Honda's still there in fourth. And then they've got a decent gap back to the 123 Automotive Solutions KTM of Keith Edwards. You're going to tell me it's a Husky now, aren't you?
No, I think it is a KTM.
Yeah, obviously they are pretty much the same bike with different plastics on, and have been for a long while. And with most of the team having the teams in the paddock having a corporate colours, it is difficult to tell what bikes apart, especially when they're all based on the same thing. And KTM, Husky and Gas all part of the Pira Mobility Group, and they all look the same. There's John Oak coming out of the corner onto pit straight. That does get really slick there, and you get the dirt drag on if you get off onto the side of the circuit. It is really easy to end up on your ear. I've done that more than once there. One of the few places at Three Sisters that's bit me twice.
So Keir Armstrong's having a great race. Not a name I'm familiar with, so I'm not 100% sure on his background, but with the conditions being so tricky, I would have to guess it's probably off-road.
Yeah, I think that he rode yesterday and did quite well, and I think that he was one of the guys in our Give It a Go class, and he did all right. And I'm not sure that he weren't riding a mini bike as well, but I don't want to be quoted on that. The leathers did look similar. Dan Spencer there.
Oh, that looks like it was Gavin Scaife and Daniel Hardinge there. Having a bit of a wobble.
It is good that we do get people in these races that we've never heard of, because they're new riders, and this is what we want to see in the sport. If you want to be part of the British Supermoto paddock, it's a great place to be. And a lot of these riders, as we see our race leader, then you're starting to struggle trying to get up that jump. But it is a great place to be. It's as big. It's a nice motorsport family. It doesn't take itself too seriously, and as we can see, there's lots of people got involved with their kids as well. So we've had some dads that have started riding because the kids are riding, and kids are riding because dad rode, and all this kind of stuff. So it is nice to see. We've got some second generation riders coming through the ranks. But Andy Hayes then on this 99 Husky with the Skittles graphics on it. I'd had Skittles in ages.
I just hope he doesn't do just that.
Yeah, skittle it down the track. Yeah, he did have a big off at Rowra, if I remember rightly. But Armstrong then keeping him honest, and obviously these two will move up to the B group for the final race of the weekend, which will come a little later on this afternoon. We've got this C group race, B group race, and then our second A group race, and then we'll have another short intermission, and we will be back for our final group of races that will wrap up all of the championships. And that battle with Scaife, it's still entertaining. Is that Dan Spencer at the front of that one?
Yep, so Dan is currently in 7th, and that's a battle between him, Gavin Scaife, and Daniel Hardinge.
Oh, and the number 99 there, he's really struggling to get out of that rut. Fair to say that Keir Armstrong, with his long legs, is having a lot easier time in the off-road than Andy Hayes. Oh, and Hayes nearly lost it then. I think he saved that more by luck than judgment. It tried to leap out from underneath him, but obviously with Hayes running his leaning off-road race style, as soon as the bike starts to slide, you know about it pretty quickly, whereas the more motocrossy thing, where you tend to lean the bike and stay a little bit more upright, allows you to catch them sometimes a little bit easier. So we're going to get last lap flag this time for Andy Hayes. Indeed we are. So Kirk there with the last lap flag. Andy will be over the moon to see this. The shortest races in the world are the ones where you're coming from the back, and the longest ones are where you're at the front. And Hayes will feel like this has been like 20 minutes plus a lap as we go back to the battle in the midfield.
Yeah, you can see Dan Spencer there, and he's now catching up to the 43 of Oliver Ross. So that becoming about a 4 or 5 rider train there as they head now into this first off-road. You've got Dax Alman there at the back, just trying to make a move on the 14 of Gavin Scaife. But back to our leader, we've got Keir Armstrong trying to make some moves around the outside of the off-road, see if we can gain any time there. And then you can see the rider in third, Carl Geary. Lost touch a little bit with those front two, but this will put him on pole for our final C race of the day.
Andy Hayes then into the corner at the end of pit lane, and it's his to lose now. He's ridden a good race, got a decent start, found his way to the front, I think, in the off-road on the first lap.
So it looks like Dax Almond there trying to make a move on the inside after taking the outside line. It looks like he's got a 2-for-1 there, getting past Gavin Scaife and Daniel Hardinge on the last lap.
So this is the beauty of this off-road section for me. It allows guys to have a go. You can't pass people like that on the tarmac. It's just not possible. But here comes our race leader then. He'll take victory and move up to the B group for the final race of the day, along with Keir Armstrong. Those two have checked out pretty much at the front of that one. Third place then should be the 691 of Carl Geary, and he comes across the line to finish in third. John Oakes going to hang on to fourth. Yep, shakes a bit of arm pump out, but that's a decent ride then for the Bathmate team owner. He'll be pleased with that. And then this battle comes across the line. Who was next over after John Oakes then, Daniel?
It was the night after John Oakes. We had the 1-2-3 of Keith Edwards, followed by 4-3 Oliver Ross, and then Dax Almond managed to get past Dan Spencer as well on that last lap. So great comeback ride from him. So then it's Spencer, Hardinge, Scaife, Adamson and Cowper. Then Jones, and then that'll be Tommy Sayer crossing the line there, followed by the 671 of Steve Smith.
Tommy Sayer, that's Jake Sayer's brother, I believe, and I've not seen him before. Is that a name you're familiar with? I've not seen him.
I saw him out yesterday.
It was here yesterday, but I've not seen him before at the British Supermoto. Obviously, if that's not the case, then fair, we don't know everything. We can only guess. But again, it's always nice to see new riders. So coming up next then, British Supermoto B, brought to you by Automotive Solutions, your one-stop shop for BMW and Mini parts, spares and service. As the whistle blows, that's the 220 of Andrew Kitching on the very nicely turned out 650 Huserberg, as our podium guys get lined up. There is Andy Hayes, Rick Owen going out on the circuit. So here we are then. Pictures from down in pit lane as they put the bikes on the stand, and you can see that these bikes have taken. They're getting a bit muddy through that puddle, but our race winner then, the number 99 of Andy Hayes. Third place then handed to Carl Geary. The win then to Andy Hayes as he takes his gloves off. And as you can see, I'm not doing any of these guys a disservice. None of them are in the flush of youth anymore. But this is the beauty of the sport of Supermoto. If you like racing and you've got a little bit of money, you can come and have a great bit of fun on a bike that doesn't cost a fortune and enjoy. And we got so we haven't got a youngster on the end of the grid. So then Keir Armstrong, he's definitely in the flush of youth as compared to the other two. So as they set off on the warm-up lap, big wheelie then from Dean Hillier. I would expect that if he doesn't run an eye at the front of this one, then I will be very surprised. So Hillier from Pearson and Pennington, and then I've got Duncan Wright, Craig Forshaw, Wrigglesworth and Armitage. I will wrestle with my paperwork.
So then we've just trying to have a nosy at. We've then got Charlie Harford, Luke Hutchison, Michael Craig and Rick Owen. So those two riders in 13th and 14th were our winner and second place from C Group Race 1.
They had a chance to have a quick chat with Michael Craig in the intermission, and nice to have a chat with him again. We used to have some fun back in the day, and as I say, he's back in the paddock, having been away for a few years. I know he's done a few races up in Scotland and been up there, riding up there a little bit, but he's. I think this is the second or third round of the British that he's done, and nice to see him here doing that.
So you can see the odd damp patch still on the track, but most of this the sliding that you can see with the bikes will be caused by the drag on from the off-road sections, with those being just so wet. You can see there the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth on board his Bathmate Husqvarna, getting himself ready for the start of this race. Some very impressive wheelies from Jamie, as usual.
Yeah, he did a monster one, warm-up lap one at Teesside, I think. It was one of them wheelies where when the tyre touched the ground there was a puff of smoke off it, and that's kind of like legend status. Jake Sayer there, the 698. He's another rider that's been improving week on week. I raced against him up at Teesside, and he was certainly brave on the brakes, but seems to have settled down a lot and not falling, not making as many mistakes. And he's going to start there. Looks like he's on the inside of the second row behind Dean Hillier.
So it looks like Dean's the only one that may have gone for a rear slick there. All the others do look like they're on rear wets.
So away they go then, and it should be fair to say that Dean Hillier is a rider. He dislocated his shoulder yesterday, so he's definitely going to be up against it. He goes into the off-road for the first time, leads down the hill.
So it's Hillier, followed by Pearson, then Pennington. Pennington trying to make a move over the tabletop there on board his Husqvarna.
So Daryl Pennington, he's another rider from the northeast, young lad, youngish, mid-20s I would have thought, and maybe been riding for a few years now, and he's always knocking on the door at the front of these B groups to qualify for the A's. And he's got the speed. I just don't think he's a qualifier, and I think that he can race his way to the front. I think we saw him win a race yesterday, and he won by a country mile, having not made the cut on time.
So it looks like Luca Jennings nipping just in front of the 58 of Craig Forshaw there, who's got a better start than he did in that first race. So I think that first one he'll be looking to forget.
He had a couple of problems, and I know he was looking around the pits for. I think it might have been a spare brake caliper or something. So there he is, Craig Forshaw. And again, another rider who was in the wars yesterday, and he's in the wars again today.
Oh, Craig.
Oh, mate.
I'm sorry. We should have kept our mouth shut.
We should have. Look, he's on camera.
Sorry.
He's on camera. We've got to talk about him. Look, but seriously, this goes to show these riders are not untalented people. This is the track being very, very dirty as we watch Dean Hillier then slide it in. But here we go then.
Our Bathmate replay.
Forshaw just goes in. It looks like he's okay there. So there's a change of direction here, and there's just a little bit of dampness maybe. And just as he goes into the corner, a little bit of target fixation there from Jamie Wrigglesworth, who manages to avoid running him over, which is always nice. Forshaw's bike slides there. I crashed there really hard 3 or 4 years ago. In exactly the same situation on that change of direction, and my chest just kind of giving me a little pain thinking about it. So really, really easily done in these conditions. The track is treacherous, even though it's dry. And anybody that's falling off round here, they have my utmost respect, because it's very, very difficult, especially if you're. Of course, what we don't know is what tyres Forshaw had on, so maybe that was the first that bit of that side of the tyre after coming off the off-road. So I think Hillier is just going to try and pole put this one, sit at the front and not get involved.
I think he's trying, but I don't think Daryl Pennington intends on letting him have it all his own way.
Well, Pennington will pass him because he doesn't want the attention of Blaine Pearson. So Daryl Pennington looks like he's riding with the confidence of a man that knows that he's on wets and the bloke in front of him is struggling on a slick as they go through. Definitely looks like a wet on the back of Pennington's KTM as Blaine Pearson pulls a roll off in the background, and a big slide in from Hillier.
So Daryl Pennington is currently the fastest man on track, doing a 1:30.6, so looks like he's making those wets work for him, and it'll be this section here that I believe he'll likely be quicker than Dean Hillier, which is through the off-road. So we'll watch to see if we can catch them. So yep, it's still Hillier from Pennington and Pearson.
Now Hillier then he proper send over that jump compared to everybody else, but he comes from family of decent off-roaders. I used to race with his dad. I think his dad's a little bit older than me, but he was a guy that I'd heard of when I raced. He was a good rider down in the south of the UK, and did some good British Championship level motocross when he was he was one of the top schoolboys back in the day in the late 70s, and has got most people of our age has got a few nice mementos of that time. But Dean, I raced against Dean in the Aprilia Cup, and when he was a proper youngster, and endured racing against him, and he's one of the real solid performers of this championship, and he always rides well at Mete, although he had it was a little. I don't think like most people with the depth of field this year didn't get to show his true potential. But it's been a long while since we've seen him in a B final. But as we said earlier, dislocated his shoulder yesterday in a crash that on an area of the track that caught a lot of people out, and he is definitely getting the pressure from Pennington.
But it looks like Pearson there trying to make a bit of a move on Pennington, so he's catching right back up to this front group, so could be a three-way battle for first. We watch now in our split screen, you can see the 58 of Craig Forshaw there trying to go down the inside of Michael Craig. Looks like he's ended up switching to the outside to see if he can take it round the outside as they head down the off-road. But back to the front, we've got Hillier, Pennington and Pearson.
It's tight as at the front, isn't it?
It looks like Pennington's going to try and go wide and cut back.
Dean looks over at him. Oh, we got to see that, a little bit of grit there. All of a sudden the front wheel just came up on that Hillier Recycling KTM. Not his number one bike as well. His number one bike cried enough, managed to get it to the finish at Mete, but that's in a lot of pieces in the workshop at the moment. So this is his what would normally be his wet stroke spare bike.
Looks like we've got a rider down there, so that is Luke Hutchison. So he went down in race one as well, took to the front. Tough day and tough weekend for him so far, but managed to keep the bike going, so he's going to rejoin. But back to the front, we've got Darryl, not quite as close as he was, I think, the last lap, but there's still nothing between them. It looks like we may have lost Pearson.
I'm just saying, Blaine's gone missing because there was a big gap. And Pennington stalls it as well. Oh, well, that's lucky for him, because obviously with Pearson now behind Luca Jennings. Oh, and he's gone straight on. Well, all sorts of nonsense there from Darryl Pennington. Not quite sure what that was. Whether he missed the brake or the throttle stuck or what, but it
may have clicked to neutral there as he's knocking it down the box.
He could well have done. Yeah, just run straight on. We'll go and find out in the break after these next couple of races. But that was definitely a moment where it would have been really easy to snatch at the front brake and put yourself on the ground. So Dean Hillier then getting a little bit of respite at the front, and you can see he's struggling to keep the bike in a straight line with that rear slick and a long look over the shoulder. It's the 290 of Charlie Harford. Again, another rider who started off. First time I saw him yesterday, and whilst he may have been at a couple of races, certainly not been on my radar. But Hillier then into Luna, the world's longest corner. Another long look over the shoulder, because he's...
it definitely feels like the longest corner if you're out front and you know someone's trying to catch you.
I know that when we've run longer races round here, and certainly after riding for 2 days, the inside leg muscles on your right leg on a Monday morning, they let you know that you've been riding at Three Sisters. So Hillier looks like he's doing just enough, but by not keeping that bike pinned, Pennington is starting to close in, and it also looks like like Pearson, we've got the fastest lap for Luca Jennings in third on the 475. So Jennings starting to close in, and we can see our front four in shot at the same time. So Jennings is there in third. He's past Blaine Pearson. Again, just tickling around the inside there to keep the bike upright, so you can get the power on. It doesn't matter if it spins when it's upright, it'll stay upright, but it's when you're leant over and you're asking for the power and all of a sudden it puts you on your backside.
Luca Jennings is currently the fastest on track, doing a 1:29.6, so he's the only rider to get down into the 29s so far in this race. So we'll keep an eye out on him. There's still a bit of a gap there between him and Pennington, but Pearson's still there or thereabouts.
So will it be last lap? Should be last lap this time by as they come out of Luna. And like I say, this corner goes on forever. Indeed, Kirk has the last lap flag. And out, and Hillier then just got a little bit of clear track. But this is where Pennington's closing in, because obviously this is the bit that the rear slick is struggling, and you can see that Pennington has a bunch more grip. Jennings is running really wide there. This is the bit where Pennington is struggling. He got the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth there, stopped at the side of the track. So Rig obviously had a little bit of an issue. So our top four then all in the same shot. This is one of them races where you wish it was a couple of laps long, because I want to see Luca Jennings have a pop at these two. But
it looks like Pearson's actually got by Jennings.
He has, you're right, I missed that. Yep. So Pearson then, so I wonder if this is a case of Jennings being on wets and Pearson being on slicks, and being able to, like we saw with Odgie and Jamie Duncan in the first race, that they're swapping positions. So Pennington then, he will know that he's got Pearson for company. Jennings has dropped off the back of this group now after fighting his way through to third. So they come down the Rogerson Straight for the final time, and a really tight line on the exit there for the 108 of Dean Hillier on the Hillier Recycling KTM, and he's just needs to hold a nice tight line round here, and he will take victory. And I don't think anybody's going to catch Pennington either. So we'll have a look over his shoulder, a wheelie from Blaine Pearson
and Luca Jennings.
Yeah, Luca Jennings likes his wheelies. Those two guys will start on the front row for the final race of the B group later on this afternoon. Next rider across the line is Andrew Kitchen coming across the line.
It is.
So a great ride from him on that Evo Huserberg, then Jake Sayer and Luke Armitage. 8th place then Duncan Wright, 9th Charlie Harford, and 10th Rick Owen.
We'll just watch as they cross the line now. So I think that was Luke Armitage coming through on screen.
Armitage looking like he was in a bit of discomfort. As we just focus on Michael Craig, and
is that Craig Forshaw?
It's like Rick Owen that he's just chasing across the line there. So
it looks like Craig managed to get back to 10th again on that one. So
I don't know what his point situation is for his championship, but you can bet your life that to be fair, he had an opportunity to not go out in this one, because he was rushing around the bits trying to find bits for his bike before the start of that race. But British Supermoto A then next, Danielle, brought to you by Sheen's Projects. And well, if we get a repeat of what we saw in the first race, as we look at the 817 of Harley Sharp there, Team Bathmate Husqvarna FS450. That's Grandad taking the tyre warmers off, and if we pan to the right, oh, he's gone. No, there he is, and that's Dad, Richard Sharp. So two generations, father and son, and both of them riding out of the skin.
There's Steve Hillier.
Steve Hillier, that's Dean's dad. Both of them riding out of their skin this weekend. Our race director David Dearden, and there's our podium then from our B group race. We've got there in the centre the 108 of Dean Hillier, second place the 666 of Darryl Pennington, and third place Blaine Pearson.
So as you were saying about the two generations of riders, I'm quite looking forward to seeing a third generation. So I know Dean's girls, I think it's one of the eldest, Casey, she's got a little motocross bike that she's been out practicing on. So looking forward to seeing her possibly getting out on track quite soon.
That would be nice. I know that he has got quite a clan. We had about I think we had 3 of the 5 over in our pit at Mete over there the other week with Ashley Barber's daughter as well. And beauty of this, it's a beautiful family sport. So there's the grid then, and it will be Jamie Duncan from Hodgson on the front row. We look through our race results. How did we get come up? Groomy came up for from the back, didn't he? So Groomy and Paul Reynolds will be on the back of this one.
So it is Duncan from Hodgson, Sharp, and then Bennett on the front row.
Let's give a shout out. Let's give a shout out to
Gold.
Peter Bennett. He has been so good this weekend. Felt like I spoke to him and he says, I just don't feel like I'm riding that well. And I'm like, well, mate, you've had your best ever result and a front row start. I can remember Peter's first starting. He was one of our customers for Aprilia parts when I was riding for Alice Racing, and we kind of drip fed him the bits that he needed as his speed improved, and he started with a converted road bike and worked his way through the grid, and I think he took a couple of years out, and obviously he's got an elder son, Kyle, who we've not seen racing. I think he's been injured for a few rounds, and we've not seen him racing for a couple of meetings, and then obviously his younger son Jackson, who's been out in our academy class. But a big shout out then, Peter Bennett, his first front row start in the A group, certainly to my knowledge, and there he is on the gold and black 450 Husqvarna. There is the 79 of Storm Stacey, who was on full slicks in that first one, and also Andy Mitchell there, number 61 on the Bathmate TB KTM.
Another great ride for Andy Mitchell as well, so he finished 5th in front of Storm Stacey, so great ride from him.
Alex Mullaney came home in 7th behind Storm Stacey, and then David Pearce and Jack Nation.
So within this, we've also got the clubman battle going on. So we've got Jack Nation, who's playing his Joker this weekend, Ian Bremner, another clubman rider, and David Pearce. Missing out on the 42 of Oliver Holmes, unfortunately, due to injury.
Here we go then. JD gets away. Now I'm going to say that everybody's going to be at least on a slick wet air, but whether we're taking slick front of it. See, this is the kind of thing where if anybody's taking a punt, as Richard Sharp goes through into second place, Bennett still holds on to third, Stacey fourth, and then
big slide from Duncan there as they came off that off-road, but so he held it.
He's definitely got a slick in the back of that KTM as we watch the field stream through our urban off-road. Everybody safely through. As the
good start for Paul Groom there. It looks like he's made a few positions up on that first lap.
So this is where we're expecting Sharpie to have a bit of a lunge maybe on Jamie Duncan. He said he can clear. He cleared the tabletop, but you have to go to the outside to do it. So Bennett a clear fourth. The rest of the riders finding their way through. So we have Hodgson then back to third. It's going to take more than this for Duncan to overhaul him in the points. But looking back and not seeing the number one of Chris Hodgson, as we go down to our pit lane camera then, as the riders whiz by. This is the accessibility of Supermoto. We can get down there right on the track. But Hodgie has found his way past Richard Sharp. So he's going to set off now after Jamie Duncan. Sharpie just said, I've got nothing for him. And obviously with Richard Blakeman not out there this afternoon due to his collarbone injury, and we spoke to Richard earlier on, Sharpie aware of the fact that, again, not really anything to gain. All he can do is lose his third position. And Duncan did not get a nice run onto that, did he at all, Danielle? That was a bit of a moment.
Yeah, spinning up. So that's closed the gap right up to Hodgson. But again, Hodgson not getting the drive out of that hairpin as they head towards the second off-road section. You can see just how much that section's dried up from the last race, but then they hit this really deep rut.
Oh, Hodgie's making all sorts of mistakes there. Do you know what? Peter Bennett is not dropping off these guys.
No.
He's there. So Duncan leads. That looks, I think that Sharpie managed to get back up the inside of Hodgson. He was close.
You could see the smoke as Duncan lit that tyre up coming off the off-road there.
So the sun breaks through again, and it is a decent lead then for the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. Chris Hodgson then just a little bit further back in second. Then it is the 217 Bathmate Husqvarna of Richard Sharp. Then the 79 RWJ. Sorry, it's not RWJ, is he, Peter Bennett? He was in a team with...
BBS.
That was it. He was in a team with a couple of other guys who've not ridden this year, as Hodgson has a quick look over his shoulder. So Hodgie is closing in. He was very fast around Luna, as always. And the gap to Jamie Duncan has come down. And I'm going to shook both of these guys' hands in the race.
So our fastest man on track is currently the 79 of Peter Bennett, who's doing a 125.3.
So as
what a ride!
So as the caption shows, we've got a battle of 4 riders at the front, and I'm not going to talk about him anymore because I'm just don't want to. We've got history, but no, he's there, and he's trying everything that he knows to stay with this battle at the front. But it is Duncan that leads.
Duncan wrestling that Trevor Pope KTM off the off-road as it spins up. Trying to find all the grip on this almost completely dry track.
And Bennett then just losing the toe a little bit on that lap, but he's got the length of the pit straight advantage over David Pearce and Storm Stacey. Mulaney there in 7th, Mitchell in 8th, Bremner 9th and Jack Nation in 10th.
That looks like the number 8s of Paul Rhodes there that's had a potentially stalled in the off-road section, but he's now rejoined.
Not having a great day today, but he was well worth the money yesterday. Had a great Saturday in the lead up to this one, but it's the sun low in the sky now. We'll be giving these guys maybe a little bit of vision problems as Duncan just decides to look over his shoulder on the worst bit of the track ever. Like Danielle just covers her eyes there as you're like,
God. Yeah, Hodgson's definitely making a lot of time up round Luna, and he seems to, I don't know what he must be doing, but he's definitely getting round Luna really well. That means he can catch up for that off-road. Jamie seemingly to gain a few bike lengths through this middle dirt section.
So, a bit of a mistake there from Hodgson. So, all of a sudden, Duncan's got like about... He suddenly got 10 bike lengths lead. I don't know what happened there, but Hodgie just did not get up the upslope of that jump very well.
I think that inside rut is just getting deeper and deeper. It might be worth seeing if we can have a nosy earlier.
Everybody's looking over the shoulder, seeing what they've got to do. They're all more conscious about not giving up what they've got rather than chasing something that they haven't. And fair play to Chris Hodgson. He doesn't need to chase Jamie Duncan. He just needs to sit where he is. Looks like Peter Bennett had a bit of a moment in the background, and he's now tailed off to the effect of 2.5 seconds. Hodgson not as close this time by then. Caption showing 5 laps to go.
Duncan doing everything he can for this championship. All you can really hope is that people get in between both him and Hodgson for points. But at the minute, he is the man with nothing to lose. He's out there doing the sort of only thing he can do, which is win today.
Well, that's a nice view of the off-road section that we've not seen before, and you can see that they're actually the distance that they are jumping into that now. If this had been dry, it would have been absolutely excellent. If we hadn't had the overnight rain, and let's be honest, and as we said before, it was rain like I've never seen, but it just rained constantly for about 9 hours. And whilst it was never particularly heavy, and we've had some proper downpours here at Three Sisters that have flooded the circuit, it was relentless. And the fact that we've managed to get this race on, as we look at, is that Ian Bremner?
Yeah, that's the 34 of Ian Bremner. It looks like he's lost the peak of his helmet, but he's had a moment there in the off-road.
So Bremner, again, the racing and cruising Husqvarna rider, they've got a nice team behind him, and they're going to back him next year. Here comes Hodgie then up the inside. Again, Hodgson's speed round Luna, absolutely unbelievable. Lovely clean pass, so he's put the onus back on Jamie Duncan now. As Duncan just runs a little bit wide. Richard Sharp's still there, you know, he's not far away. So all of a sudden Bennett is coming under pressure from David Pearce, the man from the Isle of Man. We'll see that in the background.
It looks like Hodgson has found some more speed, doing a 123.7, so I'm assuming he's finding that on the tarmac. Jamie there trying to take the off.
Jamie goes the long way round, didn't he?
He did. But he didn't seem to lose much time. He just couldn't quite make a pass.
It was sketchy though, that wasn't it? It was very sketchy. So this was where we saw JD make the pass in the other one, the championship, showing them that Duncan's still 7 points adrift as they stand at the minute, with Sharpie a further 21 adrift. They're squaring that corner off, going in really wide and then turning and then getting back across the apex.
We can see there our live championship standings. Chris still currently would be our championship winner, with Duncan about 7 points shy. There we can see, I think that is the 138 of Paul Groom there, followed by the 82 of James Wood, who's having a great ride.
He's in front of Harley Sharp, so Woody having a good ride, but Odgie then backs it into turn one, and Odgie's gone. He's really just pulled the pin. All of a sudden Jamie Duncan is falling back into the clutches of Richard Sharp. Bennett still showing as leading Pearce across the line 4-4, and then it's a further 5 seconds back to Storm Stacey, the BSB man, who comes and races some of these meetings for the Automotive Solutions team when his calendar allows, and obviously with the BSB season wrapping up last weekend, it means that he's able to join us, and all's nice when he does. It lends a little bit of credibility to the ability of these guys that are out there at the front at the moment, because Stacey's a top performer on the tarmac. He's had a good season, and like Davey Todd as well, always nice when we get them to come and join our grid. So I did say earlier on, there was in the first race, that there's no way that Duncan's coming back from this, and he promptly did and won. But I think this time almost the length of the Rogerson Straight for Chris Hodgson stamps his authority on this second race, and means that they will go into race 3 all square on points, and as a result it will pretty much need a DNF from Chris Hodgson in the final race to give Jamie Duncan any chance, as Richard Sharp then, absolute perfect Supermoto form, sliding that Bathmate Husky, getting that Michelin to just offer him the grip that he needs where he needs it. And let's not forget that Richard Sharp is he's going to be our over 45 champion as well.
Yep,
So,
he is.
He's not, again, another rider that will not mind me saying he's not in the flush of youth. These are not young guys. Jamie Duncan is 41. But these guys can hold their own against the best riders in Europe, and regularly do when we go to Mete. And here we go. Sharpie will give this a go. If he can get on him, and he is, he's not shy at having a go. He won't want to take Jamie out, because he knows that there's a lot at stake. Having said that, when he's close, he will have a go. He don't like pushing and risking too much, but he'll still think that he's in with a chance of second in the championship. Because again, if he can force a pass on Duncan, and Duncan goes down, that would move him to second in the points. Chris is well, he's out of shot there, he goes through. So this is the battle then, 4nd position, Jamie Duncan holding off the 217 of Richard Sharp, but Sharpie looks like he might have the run down the straight as the last lap flag comes out. Oh, Sharpie up the inside now. I would have bet any money he'd have gone around the outside there, but that was a fantastic pass from Richard Sharp on the Bathmate Husky. So this will, without doubt, give Chris Hodgson the upper hand going into the final race of the day later on this afternoon. But Richard Sharp then up into second. Bennett still holding on to 4th. From Pearson, then Stacey, Mulaney, Mitchell, Jack Nation and Ian Bremner in 10th. So
Jamie not even attempting that outside line there, but here's our Bathmate replay of how close the number 7 and 217 got as Sharpie took a lunge up the inside heading into turn 1, backing it into that first off-road section.
Fantastic Bathmate replay then. So Sharp then just trying to put enough room between him and third place then Jamie Duncan, but Hodgie then out at the front, and he will come across the line to take victory in race 2, and Well, she hasn't got one hand on the trophy. A nice big wheelie. Richard Sharp then crosses the line just a second down. And Duncan will, well, he'll be also be a little bit disappointed with that, but he's done everything that he can. As Harley Sharp rides around the outside of James Wood. Let's see who's next across the line. So David Pearce did manage to pass Peter Bennett. And Storm Stacey wheelies across the line on the Automotive Solutions Husqvarna. So David Pearce then, the man from the Isle of Man, the Isle of Man champion. He's a solid 4th place from him. But an excellent ride from Peter Bennett again to finish 5th. Stacey 6th, Mulaney 7th. That's Andy Mitchell coming across the line in 8th. 9th place will be Jack Nation, and 10th is Ian Bremner. So that is our little battle to the line here. Oh, that was close. That was Woody and Harley Sharp, and that ball groom and Harley Sharp, I think, just across the line. So I think Harley Sharp may have had a tip off in the off-road somewhere. So that is race 2 then of our final round of the Tripz.UK British Championship. One more group of races to go later on this afternoon. We'll wait for our top 3 then of Chris Hodgson, Richard Sharp and Jamie Duncan to find their way. Here's the pass. So JD then moved across, took the line, and that pass, Sharpie decided he was making that pass at the other end of that straight. He got the run on Jamie, and Jamie just moved over a little bit. That was all fair. I don't think there was anything dodgy in that. I think Sharpie might feel that it may have been a little bit iffy, but no contact made, and a good clean pass at the end of the straight. And I think that Sharpie would have bet himself to at least have a bit of a go round the outside. But we'll go down to Danielle down in pit lane, and she will talk to our top 3 riders once they've got themselves sorted out. There's Chris Hodgson, Jamie Duncan in the background, and so yeah, we'll go down to Danielle in pit lane.
So we're down in Park Thermae with our top 3 from the 2nd A race of the day. So in 3rd is Jamie Duncan. Not how you wanted that one to go.
Nah, not at all. No, I don't like this combination with wet front and slick rear. Hate it. Absolutely hate it.
Any ideas what you're going to do for tyres for the next one?
No, I haven't got a clue. I don't think anybody knows what they're doing with tyres. For me, I'd probably be better going full slicks. I'd be faster. But I can manage through the off-road fine, but don't know.
What's the rut like heading up to that tabletop before you come off? Because it looks like everyone is struggling there.
Yeah, it's probably a foot peg deep. So there is only one line round that corner, really. I tried going round outside, but it's just getting nowhere fast. It's too boggy round outside. But did really bad.
So it's all the work to do for the final race. We'll head over to Richard Sharp, who had a great race in race 2. You didn't only watch them, you managed to get involved in that one.
Yeah, I managed to tag onto the back of them then and keep up. Managed to get Jamie with a couple of laps to go, so yeah, happy. Dirt were good. Enjoyed it, yeah. Rutty, but good.
Yeah, we feel like everyone's having their challenges with the off-road, but we did see your pass on Jamie down the straight and then backing it into that first off-road. Straighten out a lot, but it's still very slippy coming off.
Yeah, it's not a front slick yet. It's still going to run with a wet in the last one, I think. It's too much dirt's dragged onto the track from earlier, so front wet, rear slick, that'll be same for the last one. Thank you.
No problem at all. And then to our race 2 winner and current championship leader. It all went well?
Yeah, I mean, absolute dream for me there, especially like in regards to the championship. We've got a breakaway 3, good lads to ride with, so I just kind of sat back for 2 or 3 laps, seeing where it was slippy and I could easily fall off, and then thought we'll have a go towards the end.
Yeah, we did notice you sort of dropped the pin, your lap times came straight down. I think you got down to a 1:23. So you pulled a sizable gap. We saw you ease off slightly at the end, but you were definitely riding with your head for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Jamie was saying, it's difficult with tyre choice and everything today. The ruts in the off-road are causing havoc for everyone, and I think now sun going down a bit, getting a bit cooler, I don't think we'll see another slick.
So, as it stands right now, you currently have a 9-point lead over Jamie Duncan. So, it's still all to play for, but it's going to be hard work beating you for this final race.
Oh, you know, it's racing, anything could happen. So, you know, we won't count our chickens till they've hatched, and yeah, we've got one more race to go.
Well, good luck to all three of you. So I'll go back to Phil, who's in the commentary box, but I think we're going to take a break now before our final academy race.
Okay then, thank you very much, Danielle. So our three podium guys then: Chris Hodgson, Jamie Duncan, Richard Sharp. Richard Sharp taking second this time, and like I say, he's ridden really well. There's Jamie Duncan. He's done everything that he can do this weekend. He took our national championship yesterday, beating Chris Hodgson out in a similar kind of vein where Hodgie needed stuff to happen and it didn't. But Richard Sharp, he's well pleased with that ride, and a great guy, nice family, and good to see him getting to hang with these guys. As you may have heard, we spoke with Richard Blakeman, and one of the things that he said that he felt that everybody had upped their game to try and give Chris Hodgson a run for his money this year, and he's having to try a lot harder, and we've had some great racing as a result. So this is the end of our second group of races. We're going to take another short break, and we will be back shortly for the final group of races of this final round of the Tripz.UK British Supermoto Championship here at Three Sisters, where we will have our final academy, final C group, B group and Championship A group race, and then we'll also have an after race interview session with all our championship winners, or at least those we can get hold of, and we look forward to you coming back and joining us then. So welcome back then to Three Sisters here for the final group of races from the last round of our Tripz.UK British Supermoto Championship. Down there in pit lane for our Supermoto Academy class, brought to you by First Form Solutions Design and Build. Company owned by Jay Smith, our elite rider. You can see the 73 of Ollie Sims there, and the 25 of Jack Ludlam, the 79 of young Jackson Bennett. There's Lily Rhodes there as well. So,
all the kids getting excited.
All
to
the
go
kids
out
getting
for their
excited.
Final race.
So Charlie Cunningham then, he's a guy that's in with a chance of winning the championship. We're just doing the mathematics. He looks like a man that is definitely got his race face on. There is the number 5 of Archie Reynolds. And we come across, and there's Belle Wingates, the 197 of Rip Jennings. And we've got the number 77 on the bike there, but I've got no 77 on my list, and I have no idea who that is. It is one of the Scottish crew.
I think that may be Harris Tall.
Right, okay. As I says, A36. So is his number, so I don't know who that is anyway.
And I think his younger brother is Leon.
Yes, okay. So we did see them riding yesterday. And then the back row of the grid, we've got...
I may have got them mixed up. It's
Cole
one
Reynolds,
way or the other.
Yes. And Daisy Polden there as well. So we just went there. She's the 127. So again, she's a new rider. And obviously taking it seriously. Got leathers and everything. Whether she's come to us from mini bikes and stuff. There's a few scuffs on the back of them and a little bit of dirt. So whether that's all new stuff for this weekend or she's joining us from the mini bike brigade. But it's been a fantastic race weekend. We've had rain like you wouldn't believe for both days of racing here overnight, but pretty much before the on-track action has started. The clouds have cleared and we've had a lovely day right from the start. We started with a wet track and it's dried out to the point now where it is a full dry circuit as our riders then make their way out onto circuit for the final time this year. It has been a fantastic year. Thank you to TNL Sports for this excellent coverage. It's been nice to be part of it, and hopefully we will be back next year with full coverage of the British Supermoto Championship, brought to you by Tripz.UK. We can see there now that Luna is fully in the shade, so that track now will be as cold as a cold thing. We were out talking to riders in the break, and a chat with Chris Hodgson, chat with Richard Sharp, a chat with Andy Mitchell, who told me something very interesting.
Oh.
And I can quote, and he says I can quote him on it.
Did he?
And
I'm loving this.
yes, and they were
insider information.
So he said we'll just go through our start grid on the academy class first. Well, I've got to keep you hanging here.
Oh.
So Ormerod, Sims, Ludlam, and Rhodes on the front row. Rhodes of the Lily variety. And then Max, Jackson Bennett, Liam Pearson, Charlie Cunningham on row 2, Isabel Wingate, Archie Reynolds, Rip Jennings, Ruby Booth, row 3, and row 4 will be Leon Tall, Matthew Basson, Harris Tall, and Daisy Polden. So Matthew Basson, son of Hine, one-time sponsor of Chris Hodgson when he was on the LSP team. He's here with the Stark Varg this weekend.
He is.
Which it's the first time I've had a chance to have a look at one. And yes, it's an electric bike, and
I like the look of it.
Yes,
I did.
It's certainly a lovely spec. It's got all the bits on it, and it will be interesting to see what it does. But he only managed a race and a half, and then he ended up on the floor yesterday, which I can perfectly understand. With conditions as they were, and he's got a bit of a banged up hand, so the bike is all in one piece, and he's looking forward to getting that developed over the course of next season. But yeah, the Andy Mitchell thing then, I congratulated him on his 8th place, and he said, he says, I realised when I crossed the line I'd finished 8th. That was a bit stupid, wasn't it? Because he's going to be on pole position for the reverse grid final.
Yeah, I figured that one too.
So Andy was... I'll say less than thrilled, but he was quite philosophical about it, and the man who I consider to be the godfather of British Supermoto, he's been round as long as me, and he's quite a bit younger than me as well, but he's always been at the sharp end of the field, and think he's going to start. Well, started all 3 races from the front 2 rows of the grid this weekend. And as a result of that, he will be on pole for our reverse grid final later on. But in the meantime, our next generation of superstars come to the line. And like I say, as ridiculous as that sounds, Alex Mullaney, our under-21 champion and race winner in this class many moons ago, is now a top performer in the Automotive Solutions team, teammate to Chris Hodgson, and he is very much a thing. Just Archie Ormerod then just wants his helmet checking, because he make sure that it's done up properly. That's a very wise decision, just making sure it is okay. Kirk there, part of our start team, just checking that the youngster's helmet is indeed as it should be. So our points then on this one are, we've done our rudimentary mathematics, and we think that Charlie Cunningham is playing his joker today, and he will get double points, and that may cost Archie Ormerod his shot at the title, but we'll have to wait and see. Here we go then, they are away. Let's see who makes the jump. It is Ormerod in this off-road section. He's been the class of the field today. Liam Pearson then there into third. Sims trying to make a run round the outside, and he gets chopped off. There's obviously a nice little rut at the bottom of that. Liam Pearson, I'm betting Dad said to him, go wide at the bottom of there, son, it's nice and dry.
I can imagine Blaine telling him that as well. But Sims now looking to go around the outside of Ormerod here. It's a long way around there.
It is, and the track kind of runs away from you if you happen to go a little bit wide, and it looks like Sims just took the front a little bit. So you can see how dry this has got now, Daniel, on the top of that jump. No real ruts to speak of any depth. That's the 25 of Jack Ludlam. He didn't make a great start. He's finding his feet on the tarmac as the rest of the field come through. There's the number 2 of Matt Basson. The number 10 of Cole Reynolds. He was a DNF in the last one. And the 127 of Daisy Polden. That's our entire field of our Supermoto Academy class, brought to you by First Form. And as we look at Pearson then, race leaders then already back past pit lane, and there is the 36 of Cunningham. So he's the guy that just needs to make sure that he doesn't have any issues. As Sims makes a run round the outside, oh, that was a pass. What a pass.
Great move there from Ollie Sims, getting around Archie Ormerod. So this will be the first time that Ormerod hasn't led the race for today. So he knows that he's got these first 2 wins in the bag, but I'm sure he'll be wanting to end today on a high. So he'll be looking to find a way past the number 73 of Ollie Sims.
Well, the 1-1-2 moto scores as it stands at the moment will still give him the 50-point haul for the win. But he doesn't need to do anything silly. Pearson there in third, and then the gap back to Charlie Cunningham fourth, Archie Reynolds fifth, Lily Rhodes in sixth. Oh, another moment there as they came into the off-road. Oh, and he's coming back at him. It's a pass for he's got him back. So a mistake then from Sims, and Ormerod showing his superiority in the dirt, and he makes the pass. And this is what I said. This is what I like about this off-road section. It makes people make mistakes, and it gives us some maybe lead changes that we wouldn't normally see. So Sims has got to do it all again. Ormerod back to the front. They're a long way clear now of third position. Sims looks around the outside, and he's going to have a go. Ormerod going to show him the edge of the track? Sims is going to be there. Ormerod holds onto it, but Sims rode around the outside here, and he does it again. Chops across the front of the number 40. So very much Ollie Sims at the moment. He gets his head down behind the bars. Ormerod not making himself as small behind the bars of that number 40 DCR Husqvarna. They will be waiting for the off-road section again and see if Ormerod can find his way back past. Pearson still there in third, Cunningham fourth, Reynolds in fifth. They're both trying to avoid that damp patch on the exit of our first dirt section. And like I say, there is a wet patch just about there, where the water runs out the bank on the opposite side, right at the point where you don't need it. And as it Sims then into the dirt section, and this is where Ormrod has been. You can see he's much faster. He's gone down the inside this time. So Sims just got a little bit out of shape, and you kind of pick your rut. And Ormrod rows around the inside to retake the lead. I was actually down in pit lane earlier on bribing these kids with sweets to make it interesting.
I don't think they need the sugar from sweets to make this interesting.
No. To be fair to these guys and girls, all of them have given us some great racing all season. I still think the race at Teesside, the first one that we did, race at round 7 this year, is my race of the year. So Pearson then from Cunningham, Reynolds, Lily Rhodes in 6th, and then Jackson Bennett and Max Rhodes in 8th, Bell Wingate 9th, and Leon Tor in 10th. But this time Reynolds manages to hold on through Luna, and Sims not able to get in front.
Oh, that looks like the 150 of Liam Pearson there, taking a detour onto the grass.
That's down by pit lane. So he's been down. He's been on the floor for quite a while there. So he will be a long way down the field now. But he's been really good. Dad stepped up with a new bike midway through the season, and as a result, Pearson has definitely stepped up his game. They've got yellow flags there in the urban off-road. Not quite sure who that is. I think that's either that may be Paul Reynolds, but nobody at the sharp end of the field. But as we see Ormrod then able just to gap out again a little bit on the number 73 of Ollie Sims. They really have made light work of this off-road section because it's very, very messy in there. All of the top lads have said that it's a proper struggle in the ruts, and these youngsters have acquitted themselves very, very well.
So as it stands at the moment, not taking into consideration double points, it would be Ormrod from Sims to Lily Rhodes in 3rd, who's also played her double points, and then it would be Cunningham. So Lily with 2 fourths, a 5th and a 4th, sorry. She's had a really good day. It looks like that was Ludlam there?
Yeah, Jack Ludlam off the side of the circuit with a problem then. So Ludlam then, his Supermoto debut not going quite according to plan, but he showed speed. As the sun starts to drop behind the trees, we've still got plenty of daylight left. We're running our final championship round then. Last year we were at Cadwell Park in the depths of November, and we ran our A final race almost in the dark. So absolutely lovely to have so much daylight left as we're already into our last group of races. So Ormrod then still at the head of the field, and obviously his 3-win tally will give him the overall today, but it's whether it will give him the championship or not. And Danielle feverishly doing the maths, obviously the double points bits giving us a few headaches, but to use my classic line, I don't no need to worry about that because I've got people for that. We've got a faller there. Looks like that might have been Max Rhodes that's down. In fact, no, it's not. It's that's Cole Reynolds again. But he's on a 65cc bike, and he's come out of our Bambino class from earlier in the year to join this championship, and he's going to go from strength to strength. Him and Matt Basson have some nice little battles on the 65cc bikes towards the back of the field, but you've got to remember that some of these kids are like 6 and 7, 8 years old, and the likes of Reynolds and Ormrod and all these guys probably 12 or 13. And here goes Sims around the outside again. Oh, that was tight. So
great move from Ollie though to make that stick going into there.
You and I know how hard that is to pull off, because you've got to commit round the outside, because if Ormrod doesn't see him as the last lap flag goes out, if Ormrod doesn't see him and tips in, then they're both going to end up on the floor. So fair play for Sims for putting themselves in the position to make the pass. Ormrod didn't really do anything wrong. That was all on Sims giving it the big send round the outside as they're going to come up behind a slower rider. That is the number 2 of Basson. So Reynolds there in third. As we go to the Bathmate replay then, and as they come into the corner, and Ormrod just been a little bit careful, which he's got every right to be. He doesn't want to throw away what will be an overall victory, because let's be honest, it doesn't really make a lot of difference whether he finishes first or second in this one. He will still take overall victory on the day, and that is what will give him his championship point score. But the Bathmate replay then giving us the full rundown of what went on there. So Ormrod then coming back. This is the bit of the track where I think he's a little bit quicker, although he runs wide. He's gone wide and cut back. So this is the last lap, don't forget. And then again, another back marker, but I think that Sims is going to have done enough. And he's going to put Daisy Polden a lap down. And Sims then with that, I think we'll call it a Hail Mary, because it wasn't the last lap, but he knew that was where he had the speed. And indeed, that has now gapped out to... and he will take victory. Ormrod looks a little bit disappointed, but I don't think that he should do that. We will make sure that we get to try and talk to these guys after our final championship race. We're going to have a bit of a pit lane chat with everybody. Let's see who's third across the line then, and that is going to be Archie Reynolds, and then the next rider across the line will be Cunningham. He doesn't know whether he's done enough for the championship as it stands at the moment, so he comes across the line in fourth. We're then waiting for the battle there with Lily Rhodes. Well, that's going to be close on the line between Lily Rhodes and Jackson Bennett. And Lily Rhodes comes across the line. In fact, it was Lily that came across first. And Max Rhodes manages to pit Jackson Bennett on the line. And then it should be Liam Pearson next. He's recovering after that fall on the 150 gas. So that's that. That's our Academy Championship in the books. Also, I was in the dark as anybody else. We're trying to look at the championship points, but it all depends on whether Cunningham has played his joker or not. We're trying to look at what that may mean. I do remember having a conversation with Archie Ormrod's mum, thinking that Cunningham has a good enough date. There's not really a lot that they can do about it, but it really depends on what the overall is. Archie Reynolds didn't have such a good result, but I think if Cunningham finishes in the top 3, that is going to be enough to give him the championship. But we will confirm that later on. It's British Supermoto C now, brought to you by Tech Native. We go down, there's the 123 Keith Edwards. No. A lot of the guys all dressed up in their winter series stuff, their old leathers and bits and bobs. Not wanting to get them all muddied up for the weekend. It has been a bit messy, but as I've said before, the weather this weekend has been absolutely atrocious. Race day has been clear and dry, and as a result, we've had some fantastic racing here at Three Sisters Circuit, and it will be Carl Geary that leads them out. There's the.
Yeah, so it will be Carl Geary on pole position for this one.
Yes, he finished third in race 2, so he didn't make his way back to into the next group. It was Andy Hayes and Keir Armstrong that went up. So there is our top 3 in our academy class. Our race director Dave Dearden handing those out as he always does. And so Archie Ormrod then oh, hang on, have we got a number 1 plate going on the front of this set?
I think we might have.
Oh, hey, Steve is doing us a bang up job. If he's done the points, he has. He's putting a number 1 plate on it. Oh, that, well, that would mean you don't need to do the maths now,
I'm not doing
does
any
it?
more maths.
Fantastic, though. So we need to make sure then that we get these guys back for some interviews. So Steve Ormond then putting the number 1 plate on that one, so it looks like he's done enough. He missed out yesterday, which was a bit of a shame. As our race leader, our race winner then looks on in, I won't say in utter disbelief, but looks on in a puzzled manner.
He doesn't look as excited as I expected to be.
I just hope he's got his maths right. That's the thing for me. And I would explain, I think that obviously Cunningham coming across the line, he wasn't in the best. He didn't look like he was a man that had won a championship, so we'll have to, obviously we will get that confirmed rather than guessing. But going back to our grid then, Carl Geary, John Oakes, Keith Edwards, Oliver Ross, our front row. Dax Ullman, Dan Spencer, Daniel Hardinge, row 2, Gavin Scaife, Mark Adamson, Lewis Cowper, row 3, and then Sean Jones, Tommy Sayer, Steve Smith, Michael Whittam, and then it will be Richard Sheen, Selby Trotter, Tiny Atwood, although I don't think any of those guys will be starting this last one. I know that I'm not seeing Richard Sheen out there. I think he was struggling. Michael Whittam is out there. Not seeing Tiny Atwood.
That looks like Dax and Mark Adamson there struggling in that off-road section.
But it's not bad. I mean, look, they're on. They're just on basically a normal road tyre, so they're not having any issues getting going. It's just that it's just a little bit. I think the word that we'd use is snotty.
Mark's big enough he could just walk around with that bike.
He could, yeah.
I can't touch the floor.
Yeah, he's a big lad, and this is one of the things where I saw you have an issue, and I can't remember else, where you got a little bit high up in the berm, and it was purely the fact you couldn't touch the ground that was the problem. So by the time you would be in a situation where, yes, I'm fine, my foot's on the ground is actually a foot lower than the wheels of the bike, and by the time your foot touches the ground, you're already mid-crash, and there's nothing that you're going to do to get away from that. So he's quite lucky being rather a tall dude that he hasn't got to worry about that. But then for the final time then, our C group come to the line.
I mean, I'd like to see John O'Taker win today, but again...
Well, look, the beautiful thing about this paddock is there's no... I can't say that there's anybody in this paddock that I would be unhappy if they won. And that's the beauty of it. But, obviously Carl Geary coming back to the sport, he's going to start on pole. John Oakes there on the 95 Bathmate Honda. He's, again, massive supporter of the sport. We thank him for all he's done.
I think we can see Keith Edwards there blowing kisses over to Dax, I think that was.
Yeah. So Keith Edwards, again, he's a guy that's been around a long while. And, again, just an enthusiast sport. The 43 there on the outside of row 1, that is Oliver Ross, the youngster from Scotland, who's there on the racing and cruising Honda, the blue T-shirt over the top of his leathers with the number on the back. So away they go, our C group for the final time this weekend. Let's see who's going to get the whole shot. John Oakes looks like he's got a good run, but it is going to be the 691 of Carl Geary that leads them. Dan Spencer's made a good start, and Dan goes straight into second place.
Oliver Ross getting bashed up a little bit there. Looks like he stalled the bike at the top of the off-road section. Dax there taking a really wide line, avoiding that damp spot as they head towards the tabletop. But it looks like it's Geary from Oakes.
So Ross then has gone to the back. So as we said, he is the junior champion up there in that there Scotland. And the Scottish Championship, obviously, not as many riders up there, but it's a nice championship run at the circuit that we visit for the British Championship at Crail. It runs exclusively there, and they've got pit bike and mini bike classes and all the rest of it. And it really is a nice place, and they do their best to attract certainly the riders from the north of England to go up there and visit. And I know that obviously Bell Wingate won their junior championship this year, so it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, it's his first time at Three Sisters as well, which everybody in this field has ridden here a million times, and it's his first time seeing the place. So we'll cut him a little bit of slack as our race leaders come by for the first time, and it is Geary then past the end of pit lane. Tumble, that's John Oakes. So John O gone down at the end of, you can just see the way he picks the bike up there. He's favouring one hand over the other as he bashes the handguard down. So that's at the end of his aspirations for winning a race. We'll see. He usually carries on, to be fair, but maybe looks like he lost the rear and high-sided it because the bike was down on the right-hand side.
So one of the bonuses of this going out live, we'll get to watch this Bathmate replay of, unfortunately, the Bathmate team boss taking a tumble. So...
He did. Rear end came round. High side. Oh, what a big pirouette. Oh, that was nasty. Yeah. So the Bathmate replay, as you say, of the Bathmate owner falling off. And probably the irony is not lost on him there.
All I was going to say was the advantages of our live stream being broadcasted now on YouTube is I've actually just had a message to say that Ollie Ross finished 4th overall in the Scottish Championship as a novice.
Oh, okay, cool.
So he's out there.
I know he's not been around in the sport a long while, and he's certainly.
I think that's a new bike for him as well.
It's nice, like I say, it's nice to see new riders down, and hopefully with the racing and cruising boys putting some effort into expanding their efforts for next year. Hopefully we'll see him at a few more rounds. But meanwhile, it is the 691 of Carl Geary coming past pit lane. With
Mark Adamson just having an absolute nightmare on that off-road section.
Is it just the fact he's struggling for grip? Hey, you look like he was sitting forward a bit too much, and he is a big unit on that bike, so he's just probably struggling to get it up over the top of that hill. But Spencer then up to second, and we'll have to give him a bit of stick asking him why it took till the last race of the second day of this final round for him to get his finger out and put that 236 Yamaha where it should be by rights. But again, Dan been around a long time. Geary then absolutely checked out in this one. And there is Dan Spencer on the Yamaha, and then there's the battle then between Keith Edwards and
that's Daniel Hardinge. So he's there on what looks like I think maybe 2007 to 10 KTM there. So a bike that, again, as you would say, is not in its flush of youth.
Not in the flush of youth, just like myself. But it does show that, and there is some absolutely cracking old bits of kit out there that are still competitive at this level, that can be had for not a massive amount of money. And if you want to come and have a go at this British Supermoto Championship, you can turn up. We've got 2 days of racing. You can have a go in our Give It a Go class on the Saturday, which is effectively just for this, for people who've never raced to come and have a go, see what they do, dip their toe in the water. I think you can do 2 meetings in the Give It a Go class, and then you then move up to be classed as a novice, and then you work your way through, and your speed determines where you are in which race you make on the day, but your points classification is on whatever group you are in. And we've seen some good motocross lads coming in the last couple of meetings. I think Luke Armitage one of those, as we look at Gavin Scaife in the middle of that battle, just trying to get his way past Keith Edwards. And again, Gav been around a long while as he looks across it to see he's past Hardinge then somewhere. So Hardinge then not able to put a pass on Keith Edwards, but Geary away at the front by over 8 seconds now. Fastest lap of the race for him, as we look at the 14 of Scaife making a run down the inside of Edwards. And they are teammates about Edwards then getting doubles up down the start finish straight there. Just didn't get the run out of Luna. And again, that bit of the track, it's drying a little bit, but not enough. And we said before, most of these guys out in our C group race are going to be all out there on wet tyres.
You can see there the 97 of Dax Almond now trying to get in the mix with this 3-rider battle. So they're in the back of the shot with that white helmet. So Dan Spencer in second. You can see him there making his way through the off-road and then heading up that tabletop. Speaking to our A-group riders, they said the rut at the bottom of that tabletop is about pegs deep.
Yeah. I mean, I can't wait to see this off-road section running the dry, because, as I've said, I think I said earlier in the broadcast, with the previous off-road section that we had, it wouldn't have run with the amount of rain that we had on it anyway, and so to be able to run it with the monsoon conditions that we had overnight says a lot about the amount of thought that's gone into building it. And we just need to do a few little tweaks, and I think that when the dry weather comes next season, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. And Spencer coming under pressure then from the 696. In fact, has Dan made a mistake somewhere and dropped back? Let's just see what's they go across the line. It is, so Spencer's made a mistake somewhere, because Gavin Scaife is now up to second, and and Spencer is back to third. Did Oblinken miss something there, or was it?
I mean, I didn't see a particular mistake, or maybe he didn't get a good drive coming off the middle off-road, but I didn't particularly see a mistake, unless he's just eased off slightly and not realised how close Dan was to him behind.
Unless he's maybe just run on straight on somewhere on the brakes. So Gavin Scaife up to second on the number 14 Automotive Solutions Husky. Spencer back to third. And our race leader, Carl Geary, disappeared to the tune of 11 seconds at the front, so he's almost in a different postcode. There you can see Scaife in the background just making his way up the top of the tabletop as Spencer stalls it.
And
with a carnage there. So
yeah.
that's another change. So is that... was that Hardinge that managed to find his way through all of that, or was it
No,
so Keith Edwards? I'm not really sure.
Keith made his way through. It was Hardinge that unfortunately ran into the back of Dan there as he stalled it. So, but that's great news for Gavin Scaife. That's given him plenty of breathing room now, with a few laps to go on this one. But like you say, it is still Carl Geary out in front with the fastest lap of 1:37.0. So we see him there coming round Luna. And he takes the last lap flag, so he'll know he's just got to bring it back home. You can tell now it is getting a little bit darker as well at the moment.
We've still got plenty of daylight left, though, with just 2 races of our coverage left to go. And Carl Geary, always smiling. He's always a happy, cheerful guy in the paddock, and nice to have him back. And like I say, he's treated himself to that bike this year to come back and have another go after a few years away from the sport.
So I know that while he's been away from Supermoto, he's still been on bikes, so he's been racing around pre-1980 motocross, so a bit of classic motocross.
All right, so yeah, he's
scrambles.
He's doing the same kind of stuff that I'm doing, but on even older bikes. So fair play to him, and we'll have to walk up and have a chat about that. But for the final time, then he finds his way off the off-road, and he's just got about a quarter of a lap left to bring home his 450 KTM for a race victory in this final C Group race, brought to you by Tech Native. And like I say, he'll be fairly happy, and we'll see his smile when we get down there. And we look for the battle back here. That's Ross now going to put a pass on Spencer, and you see Ross, then he goes for the berm there, and you can see his speed in the off-road.
Well, I'm now looking forward to seeing Carl Geary cross the finish line and see one of the famous wheelie-geary wheelies across the line, I hope.
Well, let's see. You've given him the big build-up. Is he going to bother? There we go.
Hey,
there we go.
There it is.
Yeah, you can't have a supermoto bike and not be able to wheelie. It is the law.
I'm learning.
You're learning, okay. Yeah. Although, having said that, with the expensive twin exhaust parts we've got on them these days, it's not something you can afford to get wrong more than once. And I will confess that I'm not actually that good at them either. There's no points for wheelies. Second place across the line then will be Gavin Scaife. Third, then it turns out, after all of that melee, will be Dax Almond. Fourth, Keith Edwards. Fifth, Daniel Hardinge. And then Dan Spencer comes across the line in seventh after getting picked by Ollie Ross on that final lap. So that's our C group then. Next out will be the B group, and then it will be our final race of the day. And like you say, the sun is starting to set as Supermoto B comes out of the holding area, brought to you by Automotive Solutions.
Yeah, those track temperatures will also be starting to drop off now, especially. Like we said, we saw in the Academy race that Luna was completely in the shade now. It'll definitely be cooling off.
So there we've got the 111 of Duncan Wright.
You can see there the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth.
So these two guys then going out onto the grid, Andy Hayes and Keir Armstrong. They were the guys that finished in the first two in our C Group race, and they have now gone up to the B Group for the final race of the day for them.
What?
In this one we should have Dean Hillier on pole. He dipped out on going up again. He's been struggling. There's Carl Geary, there's that big cheesy grin, and like I say, he's a decent rider, and enjoying his motocross as well. Dax Holman then third. He's a kid. I've got clothes older than him. And there in second place is Gavin Scaife. I'm going to take his out. He's pleased with that, isn't he, Gav? And
I think he was more pleased about beating Dax.
yes, well, obviously a little bit of teammates, a bit of teammate rivalry there. As we look at our Supermoto B then. In fact, let's have a look. It wasn't Hillier. I'm looking at race 1 here. Come on, keep me up to date, for God's sake. It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
So on pole we have Blaine Pearson, then followed by Luca Jennings, Andrew Kitchen and Jake Sayer. Row 2 we have Duncan Wright, Charlie Harford, Luke Armitage and Craig Forshaw, who's had an absolute nightmare of a day so far. Row 3, Rick Owen, Michael Craig, Luke Hutchison and Jamie Rugglesworth, and then rounding us out is Andy Hayes and Keir Armstrong, who moved up from C Race 2.
Indeed it is. It's right at the bottom of my pile.
It's alright. That's technology.
It's like, yeah, you can't go wrong with a piece of paper. You can't.
You lost it.
Well, I know, but. Ah, dear. Right, anyway, so Blaine Pearson then, he will start on pole on the 150. We saw, on 151, sorry. Obviously, we saw his son, Liam, out there in our academy class. I can't pick a winner in this one. Obviously, the previous one, Dean Hillier was the standout quality rider on the grid in that one, and he won as expected. And but in this one, I don't know. I mean, Luca Jennings has been riding well, but Andrew Kitching has been really, really good on that big old Husaberg. I don't know whether he's got the lap time in him. Looking at what we saw in race 2, Luca Jennings is the fastest rider on track by not a considerable margin, but he's about 0.6 of a second faster than Blaine Pearson in the last one. So we will wait and see how that all pans out. But there he is, Andrew Kitching on the 220 Husaberg. It's a big old unit, that old bike, big crank in it and everything, and so doesn't turn particularly well. But they were the weapon of choice for a lot of the top riders. Andy Mitchell, Fred Fiorentino, amongst Christian Hidden, all won races on Husabergs, and Kitching riding that one, and it's in very nice condition. As Andy then points out the lights, here we go then. Who's going to make the whole shot? It looks like it might be the 475 of Luca Jennings. Kitching there in third, Pearson second. Nine-chaser Jamie Wrigglesworth trying to find his way around the outside, but he ends up in the soup on the outside of that. Duncan Wright's made a good start as well as they make their way through onto the urban off-road for the first time. I remember we had that. This section of the track was first put in, and it was just planings like we've got for the first off-road section, and it was as sketchy as anything.
So it's Jennings from Pearson, then we've got Kitchen and Wright. Duncan Wright having a great ride yesterday as well, making his way into the A's. He also came second overall in the Scottish Clubman Championship this year, but coming to the British as, I think, a novice.
I think he was novice. He won the novice class yesterday, and he's gone from being a guy that's struggled to get out of the C's, but he made hard work of it a couple of times early on in the year to finally met the B's, usually at the last race of the day, to actually qualify out the B's for the first time of Askin yesterday. And so obviously standard a little bit higher on a Sunday, and as a result he's not able to make his way through to the front of the A group. But here's our race leaders then round Luna for the first time, and it is Pearson then all over the back of the 475 of Luca Jennings.
Jennings also one of our novice championship contenders for this year. He's had a bit of a nightmare yesterday, but today hopefully things are going a little bit better for him. A nice slide in there as he comes off that first off-road section, heading over the tabletop.
Ditching in there still, right behind Blaine Pearson. And like I say, that bike is a big old piece of kit to get through the off-road. I mean, back in the day it was a lightweight thing, because they were always renowned for being, I won't say flimsy, but the frame was and everything on it, there was nothing on there that didn't need to be there. and they were a fairly light bike against the backdrop of the big KTMs and the CCMs that were its competition. As the 475 of Jennings slides in and comes into the turn by pit lane, and looks like the clouds are getting a little bit darker, and so 0.15 was the lead across the line. So as it suddenly started to get quite dark, are we going to have a sting in the tail? Are we going to have some a little bit of rain? We did have some rain yesterday afternoon, literally as our last race finished. About 10 minutes after that, it started raining briefly as we were going to our trophy presentation, and I wonder if we're going to get the same thing this time by. It's
definitely keep an eye on those clouds.
So race leader then Jennings, he has now started to gap the 151 of Blaine Pearson, Kitching there in third, and a bit of a gap back to Duncan Wright and Jake Sayer.
I'm fairly sure that Luca Jennings is wearing Seth Gibson's leathers. That definitely doesn't look like a 475 on the back of them.
No, it's not. He's wearing a pair of... So what I would say is that, let's just say, you can judge the weekend that you've had by whether you end up right wearing other people's kit at the end of it. So I think maybe he's had an issue, maybe with his leathers or something at some point in the weekend. But you can see that he's definitely got the quite aggressive through the off-road. I watched Kitchen in practice this morning, and he was really, really good through there on the berg. I mean, he's just overrun that a little bit. And Blaine Pearson is going to not keep looking over his shoulder to see where he is, because he's now got a decent gap over Andrew Kitchen, who did make a mistake as they came through the off-road.
And it just goes to show the progression this year that these guys have had. So Luca Jennings, starting the season as a novice, currently has the 151 of Blaine Pearson behind him, who's in the elites. It just shows that this year how much Luca Jennings has improved. The fact that this is where he's fighting by the end of the season. So
yeah, I mean, Blaine Pearson then obviously is he's got his son riding as well, so maybe his focus these days is more on the young than himself, and he does only ride one day in the championship, whereas Jennings rides both days. So again, and obviously I remember Blaine when he started riding, he was one of them pesky kids, and now obviously he's having the same kind of trouble that we all used to have, where people come out of nowhere and start beating you. But Jennings has been decent, and I'm pretty sure that he's going to take our novice championship this year. We'll have to confirm. We've got a nice, as the sun sets there was a nice shot as he came over that jump. If any of our trackside photographers will have snapped that, but you can just see the way that he gets the bike through that section of off-road, that he's got no fear at all, just puts the bike where it needs to be, gets his weight where it needs to be, and he's out of that corner and away. 3 seconds the gap then to Blaine Pearson as they went across the line, and almost 4 back to Andrew Kitching, who's now going to come under pressure from Jake Sayer.
Yep, another look over the shoulder there just to make sure that there's a sizable gap between him and Blaine. Watching that split screen there, that's Michael Craig heading there through the off-road on board his KTM.
Like I say, another man from Scotland, and making the trip down here. And again, he's another guy who I've raced with in the past, who more than qualifies for our over 45 championship, which I think obviously we wrapped up by Richard Blakeman. I think Paul Groom is possibly second in that one, and Andy Mitchell third, but again we'll get that confirmed. But here is our race leader then. So just getting the looks like he's on full wets as the sun starts to set, but we've still got plenty of daylight left. Say previous years at Cadwell Park we've been running these races almost in the twilight in November, but getting them in a few weeks earlier before the clocks change in October, and having the season finale at Three Sisters. It's the spiritual home of the sport in the UK, and I can't recall it holding the final round.
I think it did the 2021 season.
I think it did. Now you've said that.
I think we had to cancel a previous round due to the pandemic. But
and then we didn't go to Cadwell that year, and then we were at Cadwell last year. As we look on the inset there, and there's a bit of a battle going on. Is that Armitage and Jamie Wrigglesworth? It looks like it might be.
Like it.
So Rigg then holding off the young motocrosser. A big wheelie then from Jennings. Let's hope that he doesn't spill it.
Do we call it doing a Jamie Duncan now?
We could call that. Yeah, that was yesterday. Jamie lost a place on the line due to trying to pull a wheelie across the line. Last lap flag is out then for our race leader Jennings. As we look at Jamie Wigglesworth in the setting sun, the riders will probably have a little bit of trouble with vision. Certainly coming down this bit, you can see there that tinted lens in the goggles of Jennings, which will certainly help out. But the low sun and also the track being dry now, it's not so bad. But certainly when you get to when it's raining, makes a little bit of a mistake there. Just runs a little bit wide. Pearson's going to close in on him, I think, but not fast enough. And that is Blaine in the background. But you can see how dry that is there. Obviously, we got a little bit of a splash fest through the ruts here.
A lot of the water is actually dispersed from that, what was really, really wet for first in race 1-2. It's not quite as wet, but it is just really deep now where it has cut in with those ruts.
But you will always get that anyway, even with motocross. It'll rut out. What we don't get, we get ruts that are pushed in rather than dug out, which you would get with the motocross tyres. So the fact that we're running wets and slicks and cut slicks means that you don't get the earth moving, it just gets pushed out of the way more. The race leader then comes onto the Rochester straight for the final time. He'll do another wheelie, I'm sure. No, he's not. He decided not to. He's maybe had a look and thought that Blaine Pearson's a little bit closer for comfort than he first thought, but he'll take it round Luna for the final time.
I think there will be one across the line. Yep, cheeky look across the shoulder to make sure he's got a big enough gap, and there it is. A great wheelie across the line.
A bit of back braking there, that came up a little bit. Pearson will take second, Kitching will take a nice third, and fourth place will be the 698 of Jake Sayer, another rider that's come through in our novice championship and riding really well. Fifth place should be Duncan Wright as we cut to Andy Hayes in the off-road. He came up from our C group, and he will be not quite sure where Andy is. He'll be outside the top 10, I would imagine. But he will be happy to have come up. So Duncan Wright comes across the line. In fact, 58 of Craig Forshaw comes across the line. He manages to pick Jamie Wigglesworth on the final lap. Then it's Luke Armitage, Charlie Harford and Luke Hutchinson, and then Keir Armstrong and Michael Craig comes across the line in 12th. So that is B Group Race 3 and the end of their race for the weekend, end of their races. And
Andy there looking like he was aiming for the infield with his wheelie.
Yeah.
Well, that is their racing for today, but it is now time for the final British Supermoto A Race, sponsored by Sheen's Projects. Well, it all comes down to this race.
It does. It's been a thrilling season, and the riders have taken it all the way down to the wire. And here we see Chris Hodgson. He's the man in the box seat at the moment with the points lead. The pressure is mounting on Hodgson. He knows he cannot afford to make a mistake in this race. He's got to finish. That's the priority, and he needs to finish, I think, in the top 5 or 6 to guarantee the championship for him. And we see Harley Sharp, number 817 on the Bathmate Husqvarna. Like I say, the 188 of Seth Gibson there.
As they head out on track, we can see there our podium riders from our B race.
Does Blaine Pearson just got a dirty face, or is that his beard? I can never tell. It's probably a bit of both,
I think
to be
we'll
fair.
say a bit of both right now.
Actually, you can see there on the our race winner that they're all properly muddied up. So there is the 475 of Luca Jennings taking victory, and as you can see, he's very much a boy when compared to the other two. There is Andrew Kitching on that very, very nice Huserberg. Like I say, that bike is... I would say that there's a possibility that that bike is older than our race winner. Well, that's something that we just need to find out now. But a great win then for Luca Jennings, second place for Blaine Pearson, and third for Andrew Kitching. As the twilight starts to come, we've got a beautiful sunset going on in the background. There's Chris Hodgson and Richard Sharp, Jamie Duncan and David Pearce. They will be on row 2 because it is a reverse start for this final race. So we will see Andy Mitchell, Alex Mullaney.
It is Mitchell, Mullaney, Stacey and Bennett on the front row.
Peter Bennett been outstanding all weekend in my opinion. So he will start from the outside of the front row again. And then it will be David Pearce, Jamie Duncan, Richard Sharp and Chris Hodgson on row 2. And,
the rest of the grid from there will be as race 2. So it will be Ian Bremner, Jack Nation, Paul Grew and Harley Sharp on row 3. Then James Wood, Paul Reynolds, Seth Gibson and Paul Rhodes on row 4. And then rounding us out is Josh Jasper and then Dean Hillier and Daryl Pennington, who moved up from B race 2.
I think Josh Jasper's had some problems. I think I saw them working on the bike a little bit there, and I certainly can't remember seeing Jasper at all in race 2. But obviously we can only follow what is on screen. We do look out the window and try and see what else is going on, but I don't recall seeing him on the results sheet.
We can see there the titanium sliders of James Wood lighting up spectacularly as the sun is starting to set.
Indeed, Josh Jasper was a DNF in race 2, so my mind was not playing tricks on me. Reverse grid then. So it will be the godfather of Supermoto. There he is, number 61, Andy Mitchell, who quite rightly said that he made a bit of a mistake finishing 8th because he's going to start on pole position for this reverse grid. As you can see, the low sun then giving all sorts of grief to our long camera from there. That's better, we can see. So Andy Mitchell from Alex Mullaney from Storm Stacey, who's had I won't say he's had a quiet day, but he's just had a day where the conditions have not favoured his particular style, with the track being absolutely terribly slippery. And Peter Bennett on the outside of the front row for the second time today, but he was there on the front row by ropes. As away they go. Stacey's going to get the whole shot, or is it Bennett or is it Mitchell? In fact, it's not, it's Mullaney. We've seen this from the youngster. The reverse grid start then, and Mullaney leads.
It looks like Hodgson has made his way behind Stacey. Jamie's gone all the way around the outside and made up loads on that start.
So Duncan already up to 4th. That was a great move for him. All of the kind of cerise coloured bikes there. That's the Bathmate group. Oh, everybody fighting their way through. Josh Jasper there. Like I say, he was Andy Mitchell still there in 3rd position. There's Hodgson just coming down the inside of Ian Bremner. So Hodgie not having a great start as the riders then all stream through the off-road.
But it looks like Mullaney from Bennett, then it's Mitchell, Duncan, Sharp, Stacey, Hodgson.
I'm fancying Richard Sharp for a bit of this one, because he was revved up for that second place in race 2, and I'm fancying him to have a bit of a go at Storm Stacey. Has a look over his shoulder and sees his teammate Chris Hodgson. There's Jack Nation, and then Harley Sharp. Paul Green goes through, and the Paul Reynolds, Daryl Pennington, Dean Hillier, race leaders then already.
So
past there, so it looks like Hodgie's already found his way past Storm Stacey. They are teammates, obviously, on the Automotive Solutions team. Is that Harley Sharp, next rider in front of him? But here's our race leader then, Alex Mullaney, into turn 1. Coming under pressure from Peter Bennett. Things you thought you'd never say. But Peter Bennett then. Now we'll give Peter Bennett props. He was fastest in the last race, a couple of laps, but he's out there on full wets. He makes no bones about the fact that he knows that he can run the pace on these wet tyres, and then while everybody else is struggling, he's able just to ride where he wants, do what he wants. So he's out there on wets, and obviously in this off-road section.
Great to see the youngster Alex Mullaney out there showing what he can do with a good start. So making the most of it, holding his own in front of these riders that have got a lot more experience than he has.
Andy Mitchell still there in 3rd, as though it looks like Duncan's tried to have a run around the outside. Sorry for cutting you there, Daniel, but I really want to see Peter Bennett lead a lap, because he's been around here for so long and he's so close he can touch it. And Alex Mullaney, the youngsters, Mitchell then still coming back at Duncan. Then it's Sharp, Hodgie there in 6th, Stacey and Bremner. That's the the group as they go through. Bremner dropped off the back a little bit now, so he's not going to figure in this one. But Bennett's saying that the wets this was where the wets were giving him problem, but as the track is starting to cool off, I don't think it's going to be as much of a disadvantage. You can see the rear of that number 79 running round, and these guys have got a lead, you know. They've got a lead. I know that the rest of them are coming, but they're third place guy not into shot yet, and that is Duncan.
So across the line, it was Mulaney, Bennett, Duncan,
Oh,
Mitchell,
Bennett's up on the grass.
Hodgson is the fastest man out on track at the moment, doing a 1:27.3, so he's trying to make a charge from 6th.
There's Storm Stacey. Looks like Richard Sharp put a pass on Andy Mitchell. Oh, we got a tumble. Andy Mitchell's gone down. He's caught up with Hodgie, so
oh, that
Mitchell,
looks like Mitchell down.
Yeah, Mitchell just took the front there and just held up Chris Hodgson, so he'll rejoin in front of his teammate Harley Sharp. Bennett's gone back another one. That mistake that Bennett made as he went onto the urban off-road cost him a lot of time, and all of a sudden Jamie Duncan is there. So my question is, well, this isn't going to make any difference to the championship because Chris is still going to finish second overall pretty much whatever happens, as it looks like Harley Sharp stalls there. But Andy Mitchell then, he was up there in 4th place, I think, when he went down, as he gets that Bathmate KTM sliding sideways.
I think he must be the only rider out there that didn't want to start on pole today.
Yes.
But getting loose as he comes out there on that dried up off-road section that's been dragged around the circuit.
So Duncan now up to second, and he is chasing down the 100 of Alex Mulaney. Bennett then already starting to fall away in third, but that was a fantastic first few laps for the man from the northeast. In fact, Bennett now back behind Richard Sharp. Then it's Hodgson. Then it's Storm Stacey and Ian Bremner. Stacey has a long look over his shoulder at the number 34 of Ian Bremner. So Mulaney then, is he going to be able to hold Jamie Duncan at bay?
Well, Jamie did just do the fastest lap so far with a 1:27.192. So Alex struggling there with that really deep rut, but feet off the pegs. It looks extremely challenging as they come off there, but Jamie's all over the back of him as they head down the straight.
Duncan has a look over his shoulder, so he's got a lot of daylight between him and Richard Sharp. Has he run a bit wide there? Has he gone on the grass? No, he's still there. As Mulaney looks across at the pit wall. Obviously it was a bit difficult yesterday because we didn't use this bit of track. As we look at the battle there on the inset, that's Dean Hillier and Paul Reynolds by the looks of it.
So Jamie Duncan out there on full slicks on his new bike. He wasn't happy with his tyre choice for race 2, so decided to go full slicks for this final race as he now chases Alex Mulaney. It looks like he's carrying more speed round Luton than they did in the previous race. You can see he's got a lot closer to Alex on this lap.
So he'll have the advantage on the brakes up into this turn here, because obviously if Mulaney's got a wet front in, the bike will just walk a little bit on the tyres. And this is what we saw them have all a little bit there. Oh, Sharp is there. Richard Sharp is catching Jamie Duncan. He said he fancied a bit of it in the last one, and he can see a win here, I think, Richard Sharp. Peter Bennett's still in a really, really good 4th with Hodgson in 5th. And then it's a long way back to Storm Stacey, Jack Nation, Ian Bremner, Andy Mitchell and Josh Jasper up there in 10th. So a good ride from him, making a comeback after a broken ankle. So the top 3 then all in shot as they come through the off-road section. Duncan going to have a look round the outside. Mulaney holding the tight line. Duncan just has to look back. You can see that Sharpie's getting a bit closer. So the points as it stands at the moment is going to be 5 points, the difference between Hodgie and Jamie Duncan, and I don't think whatever happens in front of him at the moment, anything is going to change that. As I said yesterday, this was the situation that Chris Hodgson was in yesterday, where he was chasing Jamie Duncan, and because he couldn't get enough riders between him and the Scotsman took that Saturday national title.
Jamie looking a lot quicker now around Luna than he did in the previous races. You can see him
Mulaney
all
then
over the back.
blocking the inside line. Oh, keep looking where you're going, lad. Don't give him the run down the inside. Here comes Sharpie. You can hear that squeal. Oh, is he going to run down? Oh, what a pass! What a pass! An unbelievable pass from Richard Sharp.
How he got that stopped.
So there's no way on earth that Richard Sharp is not doing that to Alex Mullaney at the end of the next lap. 45 years old then, Richard Sharp on the Bathmate Husky, the Bathmate replay. Just watch this, launches it round the outsides, get it squared off, get on the gas, bang. Duncan makes a little bit of a mistake, loses the rear, and he's straight there. We're already back in there and we're paddling through the off-road. Fantastic stuff. Final race of the championship is delivering. Peter Bennett is there as well. Bennett is right on the back of Jamie Duncan. Let's not forget, he's on wets. Chris Hodgson, 2.2 seconds back. He's give this up. He's just going to ride it in now and take his championship. He does not need to take any risks. But this is a fantastic race. Mullaney will want to win this, and Richard Sharp will want to win it even more, and we'll see if Sharpie can get close enough. They've dropped Duncan off now. So here we come then. Is Sharpie going to get the run out of Luna? As Mullaney looks over his shoulder, he don't know which way to go, but Sharpie is just going to fire it around the outside. He's not got the chance. Mullaney's blocked him. That was a great bit of riding from the youngster. They both run a little bit wide. Sharpie then right on the back wheel of the number 100 Automotive Solutions. Husqvarna, is it Husky or KTM?
He's on a Husky.
He's on a Husky crate. They've dropped
Alex
Duncan.
is on the KTM.
Peter Bennett is still in there. Peter Bennett's got 4 seconds lead over Chris Hodgson. What world have we woken up into today? Here comes Sharpie having to go around the inside. Oh, he's nearly there. Duncan's right back on him. Right, Sharpie's gone the long way round. Is he going to try and jump past? Force it down the inside. Oh, it's tight as.
Duncan trying to get the run down from the outside as they head down the straight.
What a final we've got. I know that it looks like the championship is already decided, because Chris Hodgson literally just has to sit where he is to take the title, but what a final race we've got here. Two guys at the front who really, really want to win. We saw, I think Sharpie's had a race win. Oh, Mullaney lights the back up. Is Sharpie going to get down the inside? Is Duncan going to come back? Oh, Richards looks like he's shaping up. Is he going to get down the inside? Mullaney does everything he can to hold it.
Great racecraft from Alex at
Here comes
such a young
Sharpie then.
age.
He looks over his shoulder. Sharpie's going to go up the inside. Here he goes. Oh, perfect. Moves him out the way.
Credit to Alex putting that Automotive Solutions KTM bike exactly where it's needed to be this entire race. He's not made that easy for Richard Sharp.
He's not. I mean, Sharpie's checked out. Look, that's it. He's gone. He said to me that he really wasn't feeling the love for going for full slicks, and he'd be taking a wet front. And Mullaney then coming under pressure now from the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. As I said, the championship all but done. Hodgson will win. Duncan will be second, and this man, our final, looks like he's going to win our final race of the day. Richard Sharpie will take the over 45 championship. Duncan looks like he might squeeze down the inside. We look in the background as they come out of that turn. Oh, he's not. He's run wide. So he was alongside as I went in. I just caught that out the corner of my eye, and Mullaney managed to come back at him. Big moment for Sharpie in the background there. So all of a sudden, we're looking at this one. Mullaney looks like he's not going to be able to hold off Duncan. No, he is. He showed him the outside of the track. This is incredible.
Oh, that looks like Harley Sharp there having a moment in the off-road section, just dropping the bike.
With Paul Grimm.
Causing a bit of a traffic jam there with Paul Grimm and James Wood. But
so last lap then. Oh, this is race. I never want this race to end.
I don't want to have to leave.
No, you have.
You've got to go.
You've got to go into it. No, just sit here. Just sit here and see it out. You've done a great job all year. Sit here and see the final. See him across the line. You can get down there and interview him at the end. Oh, big slide there for Mullaney. I feel gutted that Alex didn't win this, but I feel that Richard Sharp, he's paid his dues for many, many years, and to get a victory in the final race of the year. Oh, Mullaney's took the front. Oh, this is going to give... is that Bennett? That's Bennett. It's going to give Bennett third. Oh, Mullaney then. That was so unlucky.
Oh,
here comes
his
Hodgson.
teammate.
So he mounts in front of his teammate, but I would really like. We can justifiably interview Alex Mullaney because he's almost certainly our under-21 champion again.
Absolutely.
So we'll try and get hold of him and talk to him after the race. But here comes then, gives me great pleasure to say that whilst I say I have no favourites in this paddock, Richard Sharp is such a great guy, and to see him come round and take this checkered flag and win the final race of this Tripz.UK British Supermoto Champion, he will be over the moon with that. So a brilliant win then from the 217 of Richard Sharp. Jamie Duncan will take second place in the championship. He did everything he could do to win that. A brilliant third then for Peter Bennett, and well, words cannot describe. Chris Hodgson will wheelie across the line. He'll take fourth from Alex Mullaney. And then it will be Storm Stacey across the line next. Right, you go and do your bit. Jack Nation comes across the line next, so he's had a good ride. Andy Mitchell, who we saw fall, comes across the line. Then Josh Jasper and Ian Bremner round out the top 10. Oh, well, I hope you enjoyed that as much as we did. That was a fantastic end to what has been a fantastic season here, the Tripz.UK British Supermoto Championship. Racing out at the top draw by these guys, and as I'm sure you'll agree, as a final race of the series goes, you could not ask for any more than that. Multiple lead changes, and a fantastic win for Richard Sharp. A great second place then for Jamie Duncan, and an incredible third place for Peter Bennett. He started off as a clubman rider about, well, crikey, 10, 12 years ago, maybe even longer than that. And Bennett has been an absolute star this weekend. I don't think he's going to get on the podium, but he should. You know, obviously, he will be down there for an interview with Danielle when she gets down there, as the riders then make their way into the thing. But Peter Bennett then, that's a fantastic thing for him. Richard Sharp then puts his bike up on the stand. He's a man of few words, he's a shy bloke, but my God, that was a fantastic race. Chris Hodgson does a championship winner's burnout. JD puts his bike on the stand, and he will no doubt shake the hand of Chris Hodgson at some point. And Peter Bennett then getting a hand from Richard Sharp to take a podium. He was out there on full wets and didn't make no bones about the fact that his tyre choice has put him up there where he needed to be on that podium this afternoon. But he made the choice. He got no way that he was going to change. He felt comfortable. He knew what he could do with the bike. He knew he could run the lap times. Fastest lap then on that race, why obviously our race leader Richard Sharp, and he takes the win. There is Peter Bennett in the background with his third place. And he is absolutely over the moon with that.
Don't need this engine anymore.
So Danielle's down there in pit lane to get an interview with our podium guys. Then I'll send it down to Danielle.
So we're in Parc Fermé now, and in third place is Peter Bennett. First time this season. We've got Jackson. Oh, what a moment!
What a moment! I've never been on the top in the A group. I've never got here before. I don't know how I've done that, but it's good.
Congratulations, Jackson! You've done amazing too. But I'm so glad you're happy for your dad.
Just you come from a broken ankle, aren't you, son?
I've just sprinted all the way.
Have you sprinted all the way there? Yeah, I stalled it in the dirt, and Jamie and they rammed into the back of us. I was like, ah! And then all I could see was Chris Hodgson behind me. I was like, oh my God, it's a champion behind me. I'll just keep going.
How did I get here?
I don't know how I've got here, to be fair, but
congratulations, brilliant riding all weekend.
Thank you very much.
Very much deserved this third place.
Fastest 79.
Fastest 79.
The fastest one today. Congratulations, and second place in that race. Congratulations, you were close. Great moves on the start, but unfortunately just couldn't quite get there.
Nah, close but no cigar. But new bike goes all right, so that's good.
Yeah, you went out on full slicks. You took that sort of chance.
Yeah, it was a wee bit tricky coming out the off-road. Kept losing the front and the rear at the same time, but the rest of the track was fine. The last corner before the pit straight was a bit sketchy, but the rest of the track was good. So
the track's been tricky all weekend, so to have gone out there on full slicks when most other people were on full wets shows that you were just trying everything you could for this championship.
I had nothing to lose, so why not? Got big balls as well, so that helps.
Always helps. And then with our race winner, well done.
Brilliant race, love that. Obviously they were reverse grid, but came through and did some good passes. Me and Pete came together through the dirt. I thought we were both going to go down, but yeah, good. Managed to pass everybody in the same place really. End of that long straight. Had everybody on brakes here, so yeah, good day. Good finish to the season.
We got some absolutely cracking footage of you. I think the overtake on Jamie and then this very similar overtake on Alex. Absolutely brilliant. Style for miles. Very, very well deserved.
Thank you very much. Been a brilliant year. I'd like to thank everybody. Team Bathmate and everybody else. Yeah, brilliant year. See you next year.
See you next year.
Thank you.
And I think we're going to go to Phil and we're going to try and get some more post-race and championship interviews with some of our winners. So we're going to see if we can get Phil to come down here soon. We'll see if we can wait for Phil to get down here, but we'll try and grab Chris, who has already got the t-shirt on. It would have been a shame, but very, very well done. Our British Supermoto Tripz UK champion this year. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, just rode a smart race, I think. Picked them off one by one, and I just thought, you know, I'm in a good position now where I don't really have to make any more passes or out like that, so just chilled out.
Yeah, you rode with your head in that last one. You knew where you needed to be.
Yeah.
Great racing. You went out on front rear slicks, so you again played it safe a little bit with the front.
Yeah, I mean, the weather, just the temperature dropped so much as well. And you could see that the dirt was dragging a lot more around the track. So, yeah, it was absolutely safe option today. Alex had an absolute blinder in that last one. So...
Honestly, trying to cheer on both Alex, Richard, Jamie, yourself, Peter, all of you. We all wanted you to win. I'll see if I can grab a quick word with Alex as well. So Alex is also our under-21s champion. So we'll grab a quick word with Alex before he tries running away. Congratulations, under-21 champion. You rode a brilliant race. So considering you're a number 21 rider, you're riding at the front of the elites, the front of the Tripz UK British Supermoto Championship. Your racecraft was incredible. Well done.
I was just trying to keep at the front, hopefully try and win the last race of the season. That was my aim for this season, but I didn't really get it. So next season, it's coming next season.
Next season, it will happen. It was very, very well deserved. You rode incredible today. Unlucky we took in the front. It happens.
Yeah, it's just one of them.
It happens. You led the race from start to finish. You have nothing to feel bad about. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks to my team as well, Phil, Diggle, everyone involved. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. I will see if we can find Phil. And he's here. Phil, what a season.
How good was that? Absolutely mental. The racing this year has been fantastic. These boys have put on a brilliant show. We've been lucky enough to be able to bring it to you. And like I say, all of these guys, I'm gutted for Alex because he rode an absolutely mint race there. And he's always been good in these reverse grid races. He can run at the front. He just needs to be able to get there in qualifying. Obviously, we're going to get our championship guys organised and get them up on the podium.
Well, I think we're going to wrap things up for now.
Yeah.
And then we'll come back with some championship interviews in a little bit. We'll let everyone get themselves sorted.
That sounds like a plan.
So we'll come back in a few moments with our championship winners. I'm a nervous wreck.
Why?
I'm just watching. I was like, oh my god, don't crash, don't crash. Alex at the front. He knew exactly where to put the bag. I was like,